Good morning, wonderful people tuning in from Belize and beyond. Welcome to the fifth annual Belize Culture Symposium organized by Heritage Education Network Belize. I am your host for this morning, April Martinez. And that's right, Culture, which is an acronym for keeping up with language, culture, heritage, and the arts has been bringing you incredible presentations on all things Belize and Belizean since 2021. And it has been a joy learning about the many research projects taking place in our own backyard. What is equally incredible is seeing the many projects and research that is carried out by outstanding Belizeans, whether they're academics, students, or citizen scientists. Culture has become the platform that showcases the work that has helped to shape Belize's culture, language, heritage, and arts. This symposium is brought to you by Heritage Education Network Belize, also known as HENB, which is a nonprofit organization dedicated to culture and heritage through education, capacity building, and advocacy. It is spearheaded by Ms. Ella Bekeshi, Dr. Rebecca Friedel Juan, and myself, April Martinez. Women dedicated to fields in archaeology and heritage who, in early 2020, formed HENB as a response to disruptions from the pandemic. As we kick off day one of Culture 2025, we have welcoming words from our keynote speaker, Professor John Walden, who is currently an assistant professor at Galen University and a research affiliate of the Max Planck Institute and Evolutionary Anthropology in Leipzig. John has a PhD from University of Pittsburgh and is assistant director of the Belize Valley Archaeological Reconnaissance Project, where he directs research at the site of Lower Dover. Walden's research employs ancient DNA and archaeological data to reconstruct classic Maya kinship practices and political networks between different kingdoms in the upper Belize River Valley. John has recently become very interested in historical archaeology and its potential for uncovering the colonial past in Belize. And of course, day one is all about archaeology. So who better to welcome us than Professor John Walden? Let's welcome him in.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. John Walden, and I'm the new anthropology faculty hire here at Galen University. It's truly an honour to be here in Belize for this year's Culture Symposium, and it's even more of an honour to act as keynote speaker for day one of the proceedings. I'm truly delighted to welcome you all here for what promises to be a remarkable event. First, I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the directors of Heritage Education Network Belize. In my book, the HENB team has consistently knocked the ball out of the park when it comes to the annual Culture Symposium over the last 4 years. I'd also like to thank the many contributors who have put together these delightful presentations that focus on the intersection of history, archaeology and heritage. I'd also like to thank the various institutions that make all of this research possible and safeguard and preserve Belizean heritage for the future. These include the National Institute of Culture and History and its various branches, the Institute of Archaeology, the Institute for Social and Cultural Research, the Belize Archives and Records Service, and the Museum of Belize and the Houses of Culture. Each of these institutions plays a truly significant role, and I am most deeply grateful for their continued support for Belizean heritage and research and scholarship. Just glancing over today's programme, I was struck by the sheer diversity of the different historical and archaeological work represented here. The themes of day one include exploring Belize's past early community and identity formation, and culinary heritage. These bring Belizean heritage to the forefront. Together they ask us to reflect on the ways in which these various elements of social life continue to impact us today. As archaeologists, historians, anthropologists, linguists, and community researchers, we're all engaged in the same endeavour, which is how to better understand this Belizean past and the Belizean heritage. More specifically, the ways in which the Belizean landscape have impacted the people living in it, and the ways in which the people living in the landscape have impacted the spaces around themselves. Throughout the day, you'll hear from colleagues whose work spans every element of the Belizean past, from ancient Mayan marketplaces to ritual caves, historic logging camps, and the study of foodways, social history, enslavement. Whether these are reconstructed through archival documents, cave assemblages, archaeological remains, animal bones, or contemporary dietary patterns, they all build a bridge between the past and the present. Archaeology and history in Belize have often been treated as separate enterprises, one dealing with the more distant or remote past, and one dealing with the present or more recent history. Increasingly, we see the power of integration when we combine the insights from archaeology with those of the historical archives. We can uncover deep continuities in terms of land use, human landscape interactions, trade, belief systems, economics, and cuisine. These remain etched into the very fabric of Belizean life today. Belizean heritage has always been a massively collaborative endeavour, frequently bringing together international and Belizean researchers, and increasingly it's my great pleasure to announce community members from school children to elders are increasingly involved in this pursuit. Through this collaboration, new and diverse voices emerge that enrich our understanding and reveal multiple perspectives on the past. I think this collaborative endeavour has always been massively evident in each year's Culture Symposium, and I think this will continue to be the case this year, just looking at the list of presenters and the people involved. For me personally, this has become one of the most rewarding parts of my work here, especially helping to train young Belizeans, young researchers, and showing them that the landscapes which they're so familiar with actually have these extraordinary histories that go back millennia. Make no mistake, Belize was a dramatically different place 1,000 years ago. Archaeological evidence shows us that more or less every part of the landscape was inhabited, and Belize was potentially home to over 1 million ancient Maya inhabitants. Caracol was probably the 6th or 7th largest city in the world 1,000 years ago. And opening young Belizeans' eyes to this world and equipping them with the research skills to reconstruct this world and actually investigate it is profoundly meaningful. Equally vital is uncovering the comparatively recent history of Belize through the historical and colonial periods, and speaking to the experiences of people's great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents. Historical studies and archaeological research not only illuminate the scars of colonialism, but also bring to light untold stories of land displacement, forced labour, and historical erasure. Ultimately, this endeavour allows us to reimagine the landscapes we know, the rivers, the mountains, the fields, the coasts, the villages, the towns and cities, as part of a much, much deeper historical continuum. It is at the intersection of this research that heritage and history and people come together to understand their world more fully. In this way, learning becomes an act of belonging. The knowledge generated through this research and shared for all in the Culture Symposium is fundamental to building this bridge between past and present and empowering people to see this connection between the land, themselves, their heritage with new eyes. In that spirit, I leave you with a few questions to reflect on, to muse on over the next few days of talks. Knowing some of the Heritage Education Network Belize directors fairly well, I think they'd agree with me that these are important things for us to think about. The first one is, how better can our research serve the communities whose histories we've studied? How can we make the Belizean past more inclusive and more accessible? And how can we ensure that the next generation of Belizean researchers and scholars feel empowered to go out there, explore, examine, and begin to understand the past? It's truly, truly wonderful to be here in Belize today, to offer this keynote speech at such a vibrant symposium, and at a time where we are witnessing a fluorescence in large-scale collaborative research into the remarkable lands of Belize and their richly storied pasts. On behalf of all those who've worked tirelessly to make this event a reality, I offer my greatest thanks. Thank you all for being part of this collective, this collaborative endeavour, which is understanding Belizean heritage. Welcome all to the 2025 Heritage Education Network Culture Symposium. Thank you very much indeed.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Professor Walden, for your keynote and for opening day one of the Culture Symposium 2025. We are truly looking forward to these 3 days to learn more about Belize and Belizean culture and heritage from our amazing presenters. But first, a little about the next 3 days and what you can expect. We have 3 full days of presentations. As you can tell, we begin promptly at 8:30 a.m. and every day ends roughly at around 3:30 p.m. We stream the conference live on the Heritage Education Network Facebook and YouTube channels, so anyone can tune in at any time. We will have multiple live sessions each day between now and Friday, and you can view the various segments for each day by downloading our program from our website. That's www.heritagebelize.org/symposium. We have organized the conference to have a morning and afternoon session, and of course, with a lunch break and a couple coffee breaks in between. And if you would like to volunteer with HENB and support HENB, do reach out to us at Facebook, YouTube, via our Instagram as well to find out more about how you can be a part of this heritage movement. Now, without further ado, we officially like to begin with the first presentation here at Culcha. This morning's session, we are starting by highlighting the rich heritage that Belize and its region has in its session entitled Exploring Belize's Past, Ancient Maya Lifeways. Each presentation explores the origins of early cultural development in pre-colonial Belize by analyzing human-animal relationships, diets, social interactions, and relationships with sacred spaces. What is clear from these diverse presentations is the vibrant and deep human history that has laid the foundation for the cultural diversity of modern-day Belize. We hope that Belizeans feel a sense of pride and respect for this heritage, which continues to inspire millions across the globe. Our first presenter is Mr. Norbert Stanchly. For over 3 decades, Mr. Stanchly has analyzed faunal remains from more than 24 Maya archaeological sites across Belize. This research focuses on the social use of animals by the Maya, exploring the cultural and symbolic roles these species played in ancient society. In addition to zooarchaeological studies, Norbert maintains a long-standing interest in Maya architecture, developed through extensive work at Lamanai, Belize, in collaboration with Dr. Elizabeth Graham and Dr. David Pendergast, and the Lamanai Tourism Development Project. Please give your attention to Mr. Norbert Stanley's presentation on Belize contributions to Maya zooarchaeology.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. At the outset, let me say that I won't be able to cover a number of themes within this very broad topic in such a short time span, but I will do my best to highlight what I consider some key research in Belize for more than 50 years of zooarchaeological analysis. Zooarchaeology is the study of animal remains recovered from archaeological sites to understand past human-animal interactions and their impact on the environment, diet, culture, and social dynamics. It focuses on analyzing animal remains, primarily bones, teeth, and shells, to identify species, determine the age, sex, and health of animals, and reconstruct their role in human societies from hunting and domestication to their use as raw materials. Key aspects of Maya zooarchaeology include fauna as food, that is, subsistence and diet of the Maya, reconstructing paleo environments, ritual uses of fauna, the use of animals in socio-political organization, differential access to animal resources by certain members of Maya society, bone and shell economies, and animal management, just to name a few. Social zooarchaeology examines the social and symbolic uses of animals, such as their use as food in creating and maintaining social bonds through mechanisms such as feasting. Here's just a quick slide to show some of the sites that I'll be mentioning today. These include several that I've had the privilege of conducting faunal analysis at, such as Kahopech, Pakpiton, Lamanai, Minanha, and Kakabish. Thought it was about time that maybe I present on the 35 years of research I've done in Belize. Up until the 1960s, animal remains were rarely discussed in Maya literature other than within the context of modified bones and shells found at sites in Belize. It was not common to retain non-modified faunal remains found during excavations. This is just an early publication from the Royal Ontario Museum on late classic finds at Baking Pot, showing some of the worked shell and bone, but no other discussions within this book on the use of animals. But some of the earliest publications to discuss non-modified animal remains are from the 1970s excavations by David Pendergast of the Royal Ontario Museum of cave sites in central Belize. Howard Savage's analysis of material from Eduardo Quiroz cave is one of the first topics, such as ritual use of animals in caves, but also hinted at the difficulties of interpreting animal remains from cave contexts. His analysis is still referenced by many scholars today. Excavations at the site of Cuello in northern Belize from the late 1970s up until the turn of the century resulted in the recovery of a large faunal assemblage. Subsequent publications by various authors such as Sylvia Scudder, Elizabeth Wing, and Julia Clinton Brock indicated that animals were a crucial part of the ancient Maya diet and culture at Cuello, with evidence showing the use of dogs for food and ceremonial purposes, white-tailed deer as a primary meat source, and aquatic animals like turtles. Deer were hunted and aquatic species were likely acquired from local wetland areas. So these early publications on Cuello were really something that sort of set the bar for many of us in our research. In the 1990s, excavations at Cahapech and its peripheral settlements, as well as Pakbitun, indicated a rich pre-classic occupation. Thousands of faunal remains were recovered, resulting in new understandings of pre-classic animal use. At Cahapech, deer and peccary were important food sources for the Maya, supporting daily sustenance. One of the interesting things from Cahapech as well, from the small group of Tuluk on its periphery at the base of a Shultun, was what we identified as a midden, with lots of marine fish being imported during the Middle Preclassic. So that told us a lot about trade as well as subsistence. The other thing about the research at Cahapech and Pakbitun during the Preclassic is the myriad of freshwater shells being found, which I now refer to as a preclassic freshwater shell triad. These include the Hute snail, the Nephroneus river clams, and apple snails, which are found in abundance in middle to late preclassic deposits at many sites. The use of freshwater river snail Hute was reported on in a seminal paper by Paul Healy, Kitty Emery, and Laurie Wright. Hundreds and thousands of these freshwater shells have been found in preclassic deposits at Pakbitun, as well as other sites in the Belize Valley area, such as Lower Dover, sites in northern Belize, such as Blue Creek, Kakabish. It just seems to be a real sort of staple in late preclassic deposits that you will find a number of these freshwater shells. And whether or not they were all used as food sources is actually still debated. 3 decades of research at Pakbitun has also contributed to our understanding of Maya shell economies, as well as the general use of animals for subsistence and ceremonial and ritual use. Thousands of marine shell beads made primarily from Caribbean species like conch and whelk have been recovered at several inland sites, including Pakbitun, Cahapech, Kakabish, and Blue Creek in northern Belize, and research by Bobby Holman and others has showed that trade and exchange of marine shells was being conducted during the Middle and Pre-Classic, and shell beads were likely being exported through other sites. Another important aspect of animal use was their inclusion in feasts by the Maya elite and royalty. Feasts are used to form alliances to celebrate important calendrical and celestial events, and as tribute. Some of the signatures of feasting include large quantities of faunal remains in deposits, the presence of rare, exotic, labor-intensive taxa, body portion representation, such as meat-bearing body portions, the presence of serving vessels along with faunal remains, the presence of prestige items, musical instruments, as well as the location of these deposits, often associated with special locations. Evidence of feasting has been found at a number of sites in Belize, quail being one of them, where dogs were bred and killed at around 1 year of age, often fed a high maize diet to fatten them up for consumption, likely as part of a feast. The Maya at quail held communal meals with maize, deer, and plants, emphasizing ritual significance and cultural tradition. Other sites that have been reported on with feasting include Kashob in northern Belize, where Marilyn Masson has discussed feasting at the site, Pooks Hill, Minanha, Buena Vista, Altunha, and Lamanai. At Lamanai, excavations of what we call the giant midden in front of the Jaguar Temple by the Royal Ontario Museum and the Lamanai Archaeological Project resulted in the recovery of greater than 27,000 faunal remains. The animal remains recovered include freshwater lagoon fish, crocodile, river turtle or hickory, curassow, armadillo, dog, puma, tapir, peccary, red brocket, and white-tailed deer, as well as paca and agouti bones and teeth. The diversity of species, in conjunction with the recovery of several serving vessels and musical instruments such as ceramic drums, suggests that this is not a simple midden or garbage dump. The presence of this deposit on top of a low-lying platform within a large public or semi-public terminal to Postclassic ceremonial plaza is perhaps suggestive of feasting. An exciting and rapidly growing topic is animal management by the Maya. Using a combination of zooarchaeology and isotopic analysis, researchers in Belize are revealing exciting new evidence of how the Maya manage their animal resources. Maya animal management involved raising and trading animals, example, dogs and turkeys, probably some others as well, for food, and acquiring others like deer and exotic birds for ceremonial purposes. They manage animals through captive rearing, hunting, and complex trade networks to acquire both local and non-local species, and these practices played a significant role in their economy and society. The Maya practiced sophisticated animal management, domesticating species like turkeys and dogs for food and ritual purposes, although dogs were already domesticated. They also managed wild resources, sustainably hunting and capturing animals such as deer and peccary. Iconography and archaeological evidence reveal the cultural significance of animals in Maya society, including their roles in mythology and economy. More than 50 decades of zooarchaeological research in Belize has added significantly to our knowledge of the interaction between the Maya and their animal resources through time. Traditional analysis has broadened our understanding of the number of species the Maya utilized for everyday dietary consumption. With the introduction of isotope analysis, researchers have identified how important management and trade of animal resources was for the Maya. Research by Aaron Kennedy Thornton, Carolyn Frywald, Arianne Boileau, and others at sites such as Lamanai, Kahopech, Nantinich, and others within the Belize River Valley is producing exciting results on Maya management and migration of animals such as deer, turkey, dog, and river turtles. Finally, zooarchaeologists identify faunal remains by comparing them to modern skeletal reference collections or using published illustrations. It's important to know the animals that are present within your region for your analysis, and many zooarchaeologists specialize in a particular region due to the number of species. So in Belize, there are over 145 mammal species, over 85 freshwater fish species, over 500 marine fish species, over 550 bird species, 120 reptile species, and greater than 35 amphibian species. So I wanted to just take this opportunity to end this, to present a case for the dire need of having an accessible animal reference collection in Belize. Many of us that have done research over the years do have our little private collections, but there is no sort of central place right now where people can readily access a faunal collection. This is an important topic for me, and one I'd like to explore more in the future to see if we could make something like this in Belize and have it accessible not just for foreign researchers, but Belizeans as well. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Norbert, for that presentation. And I think I just want to remind our viewers that are watching either on Facebook or YouTube to just drop your questions or your comments. And after all the presentations are done, we're going to be welcoming all of our presenters on panel to answer some of your questions. So if you have anything in mind, just be sure to drop those comments in the comment section below. Our next presenter is Dr. Arianne Boileau, and Arianne is an assistant professor of anthropological archaeology at Mount Royal University. She holds a PhD from the University of Florida, where she studied resilience in political economy at colonial Lamanai through zooarchaeology. Her research aims to understand how and why indigenous peoples procured, used, and discarded animal resources in pre-Columbian and post-European contact with Mesoamerica. Her current project examines the sustainability of indigenous practices related to freshwater turtles in Mesoamerica, using zooarchaeology, ancient DNA analysis, isotopic analysis, and ethnohistory. Her broader research interests include methodological advancements in zooarchaeology, the development of socio-political complexity, and the resilience of socio-ecological systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Boileau for her presentation.
And thank you for joining us today in this virtual space. So today I will discuss how freshwater turtles played a surprisingly important role in ancient Belize and in the Maya world more broadly. So for a long time, turtles were considered to be a common, low-status food source for everyone. It was not particularly tied to elites or rituals. However, new archaeological evidence is bringing these shells in the shadows to light. So in this talk, I want to reassess the use of freshwater turtles in ancient Belize from about 1500 BCE through the colonial era, and examine their roles as food, tools, musical instruments, elite delicacies, ritual offerings, and trade goods, as has been documented by archaeology in Belize. And at the end, I will briefly touch on how learning about past turtle use can support modern conservation efforts for freshwater turtles today. So the start of my story is the Central American river turtle, and this species, scientific name Dometemis maui, is known as the hecate in Belize. It is a fully aquatic freshwater turtle that lives in slow-moving large rivers and lagoons, and it has a broad range, which is highlighted on the map in pink, across the southern Gulf of Mexico and the base of the Yucatan Peninsula in Belize and northern Guatemala. So this river turtle is very large. Adults reach 45 to 50 centimeters in shell length, so 18 to 20 inches, and they can weigh 10 to 15 kilograms or 22 to 33 pounds, so quite large. And in fact, some archaeological specimens that I have identified suggest that even larger turtles once existed. Since it's so big and meat-rich, the hecate was a highly desirable food source for many indigenous groups, and Belizean today tell me that it's quite delicious. So due to all of this, ancestral Maya communities that lived near waterways in what is now Belize would have had ample opportunities to catch these turtles. So as we will see, the hecate's availability and size made it important in daily subsistence, but it didn't stop there, and it became intertwined with Maya culture and economy in multifaceted ways. So freshwater turtles have been part of life in Belize for millennia. So on the map, I have highlighted some of the sites where freshwater turtles have been recovered in Belize. And archaeologists have found turtle bones and refuse deposits at some of Belize's earliest villages. This includes Cerro Maya, Colha, Cuello, and Pagbiton. And this shows that people were eating turtles as early as 1500 BCE. Moving forward throughout the classic period, both small and large Maya sites exhibit evidence of turtle use, especially at sites near large rivers such as Cajalpech or Lower Dover. Notably at Caracol, which is a major city in Belize's interior, turtle bones turned up even in contexts far from natural habitats, suggesting that people transported turtles, or at least their shells, to this particular site. On the coast, sites like Cerro Maya and Marco Gonzalez on Emigres Key also yielded turtle remains, indicating that turtles were also part of coastal diets and possibly trade networks, which I will discuss later. By the Postclassic and into the early colonial period, turtle use in Belize reached new heights at places like Colha, Laguna de On, and Tipu. And notably, Lamanai exhibits an especially intense exploitation of turtles during its final centuries of occupation, and this continued well into the colonial period. So we know also from colonial records that both indigenous people and colonial settlers persisted in these practices throughout Belize. So in short, from 1500 BCE to about 1700 CE, turtles were consistently utilized in Belize as a vital food resource. But how do archaeologists actually know that turtles were used as food? So first, turtle bones are frequently found in ancient middens, basically garbage dumps, at many Maya sites. and people discarded turtle remains or turtle bones along with other food refuse. Some turtle bones also exhibit clear signs of human processing, including butchery marks and traces of burning at sites like Cerro Maya and St. George's Keys. And these clues tell us how turtles were slaughtered and prepared for cooking. So at Lamanai, as is depicted on the slide here, I found many cut marks and chop marks on the bridge. And the bridge is the portion of the shell that connects the top carapace to the bottom plastron. And this suggests that my hunters cut the shell open at the edges, which is likely the easiest way to extract the meat while keeping the shell mostly intact. And some shells appear to have been opened carefully, perhaps to preserve the carapace in one piece, and we will see why later this would have been important. Burning is also a common feature of archaeological turtle shells, as seen at Cerro Maya, St. George's Keys, and Pagbiton. And at Lamanai, I identified a concentration of burned turtle shells in one household minute. And these bones displayed a light, patchy burning, which is quite unusual, but likely stems from the cooking methods. So it doesn't look like the shells were actually tossed on a fire because this would burn them more completely to like a very black color. So instead, I suggest that the evidence fits with turtles being roasted on a grate or a spit above coals, or they could also have been slow smoked over a lower heat. And this method would cook the meat while not completely charred the shell black. Such a cooking technique is actually documented in traditional communities for other animals. So and they do this because it makes the meat tender and preserves it longer. So the takeaway here is that turtles were not just eaten, they were skillfully butchered and cooked, showing a culinary know-how that was passed down through generations in Belize. The usefulness of turtles did not end with meat. The shells themselves were valuable secondary products. So one striking use of turtle shells was as musical instruments, especially drums. In fact, a famous mural at Bonampak in Mexico, which is pictured here, depicts a musician beating on what appears to be a turtle shell drum with deer antlers. And this would have produced a deep resonant sound, possibly to mimic thunder in ritual ceremonies. And this isn't just art, right? Archaeology in Belize has confirmed this. So at Sunantunich in western Belize, archaeologists discovered a complete Hecate shell modified into what is likely a drum. It has a drilled hole on the shell, probably to attach a handle or a strap, and even showed remains of red paint. And this hints at a use in a ceremonial context. Turtle shells and bones were also fashioned into other tools and ornaments. So for instance, pieces of turtle shell could be carved or ground to make perforated discs as seen on the slide here. And we suppose that these discs could have been used as ornaments or possibly spindle whorls to spin textiles. And such artifacts have been identified at Barton Rami, Caracol, Cerro Maya, Colha, and Santa Rita Corozal, and this is just to name a few. Shell fragments could also be used as containers or bowls, and small turtle bones or shell pieces have been polished into jewelry or decorative inlays as well. This has been seen at Cerro Maya as well as Lamanai, which you see here on the slide. And believe me when I tell you that the shell fragment here is polished, it's just really hard to photograph. So in short, turtle shells were a valuable resource for music, crafts, and daily work. Beyond the daily subsistence, turtles also had a role in the social, political, and ritual spheres. So it turns out that the Maya elite had a special appetite for Hecates. So when I compiled turtle bone data in the Maya world, I found more Hecate remains generally in high-status elite contexts than in common households. So if you see the sites on the map with the blue dots, those are ones with Hecate in elite contexts. So in Belize, for example, excavations at Lamanai's elite residences and at Caracol's royal courts uncovered disproportionately large quantities of turtle bones compared to non-elite areas. So why is that, right? Well, it's likely because serving turtle meat at feasts or dinners was a status symbol used by hosts to showcase wealth and access to exclusive foods, just as they did with other animals like deer and turkeys. So turtles from far-off rivers would have been seen as a delicacy at a center like Caracol that doesn't have big rivers nearby. Turtles also show up in ritual contexts like elite burials and caches. A notable discovery outside of Belize was at Teotihuacan in central Mexico, where a Hecate was placed in a high-status burial there, over 350 kilometers outside the turtle's natural range. So you can imagine that bringing a turtle such a distance to an important city underscores its symbolic value. In Belize, we see similar patterns on a smaller scale. At Caracol, a turtle shell with drill holes was found in a royal tomb, perhaps as a ritual item or an offering that accompanied the deceased. And I've already talked about the turtle shell drums being used in ceremonies as well. In my mythology, turtles are sometimes linked to earth and water symbolism. So for example, there are Maya stories of gods drumming on turtle shells to herald thunder. And we also have the emergence of the maize god from a turtle shell earth, like the plate on the slide. So it's clear that turtles were not just everyday food, they had ritual significance and they were associated with elites and ceremonies. So access to turtle products could reinforce social hierarchy, and using turtle shells in ritual performances could invoke powerful symbolism from fertility to rain. So all this evidence overturns this old idea that turtles were insignificant in elite or ritual life. One big question is how turtles reached places far from beyond their natural habitat. So the archaeological evidence indicates that hecates were included in trade networks in ancient times, similar to other animals like deer, peccaries, turkeys, marine shells, and marine fish. So for instance, as shown by the yellow stars on the map, Hecate remains have been found at Caracol, high in the Maya Mountains, and even at Mayapan in the Yucatan, so another inland city. And this indicates that turtles or turtle parts were transported over long distances. Of course, it's challenging to determine what was transported. So do we have a live turtle that is transported, or simply fresh or dried meat, or simply the shell alone? However, recent genetic research on modern Hecate populations found surprising genetic similarities between turtle populations from unconnected river basins. So the biologists concluded that ancient human intervention, basically moving live turtle around, would be the most plausible explanation for the observed patterns. So in other words, centuries of turtle trade and perhaps even human-managed turtle dispersal have left a genetic signal. And I'm currently working with a team to collect ancient DNA samples from turtle bones across the Maya world to find evidence to support this hypothesis. So stay tuned. To support such trade, or even simply to maintain a steady supply of meat, the concept of turtle management or husbandry has been floated. So ethnohistoric accounts from other regions, like in the Amazon, and even historic Belizean practices describe keeping captured turtles alive in pens or ponds until ready to eat. And in the colonial era, we know that British settlers on the coast of Belize built turtle corrals to hold sea turtles. So it's possible that the ancestral Maya did something similar, namely holding turtles in reservoirs or enclosures to fatten them or ensure a fresh supply of meat for later, essentially a form of aquatic ranching. However, I want to stress that this is just a working hypothesis. And so far, the archaeological science hasn't found clear evidence of turtle husbandry in Maya times. A compilation of isotopic data from turtle bones, which is used to detect here if animals were fed maize, which is the main cultivar of the ancestral Maya, it did not reveal any sign of a controlled diet in the tested samples. Basically, besides about 2 turtles, none of them seemed to consume a big quantity of maize. And this suggests that if the Maya kept turtles, they either fed them wild foods, or they kept them for a very short period of time, and this would not leave an isotopic trace in their bones. So in short, turtles were certainly moved around via trade networks. And while captive management is an intriguing idea, it remains to be confirmed through future research. But for now, what is clear is that turtles were valuable enough to be transported over long distances, linking aquatic environments in Belize with far-flung cities through commerce and even possibly tribute. So in conclusion, freshwater turtles, especially the Hecate, played many roles in ancient Belize. They were a source of nutrition, a material for tools and musical instruments, a delicacy and status symbol for elites, a part of ritual offerings, and even a commodity in trade. They were common resources in the sense that many people ate them, but they were also special in that they could convey status and spiritual meaning. Fast forward to today, and the Hecate is in peril. So overhunting and habitat loss have decimated its population, and the species is now considered to be critically endangered. So ironically, a creature that once sustained Maya communities for millennia now struggles to survive. And here archaeology can meet conservation. Studying how the ancestral Maya managed turtles underscores the Hecate's cultural importance. Efforts are obviously underway in Belize to save the Hecate. So we have the Hecate Conservation and Research Center in southern Belize, for example, that breeds and studies these turtles to boost wild populations. In particular, I also want to highlight that October is Hecate Awareness Month. And this is a reminder that the Hecate, as well as other freshwater turtles, were once integral to Maya life, and that losing them would mean losing part of Belize's cultural heritage. So to wrap up, the story of turtles in Belize teaches us about cultural heritage, but also sustainability and responsibility. The ancestral Maya used these turtles in diverse ways, yet, as far as we can tell, they never drove them to extinction. So now it's up to us using science, history, and community action to ensure that these turtles can keep swimming in our waters. And so by learning from the past and taking action now, we can all give the Hecate and other turtles a fighting chance. I want to thank all of these people and funding sources, and I will take questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boileau, for your presentation. I truly can appreciate where archaeology meets conservation, but to a further extent, how we can develop traditional knowledge systems so that we can help to save these creatures that once sustained an entire population here in Belize. So thank you so much for your presentation. Our final presentation before the first coffee break is provided by the research team from the northern site of Aventura. Professor Cynthia Robin is a wife, mother, archaeologist, and professor of anthropology at Northwestern University. She has worked in Belize since 1986. She spent 2 years as a Peace Corps volunteer with the Institute of Archaeology in Belmopan and taught for 2 summers at the University College of Belize, now known as University of Belize. Currently, she directs the Aventura Archaeology Project. Aventura is a Maya city located outside of San Joaquin in the Corozal district, and the Aventura Archaeological Project's goals are to collaborate with the Corozal district community to develop archaeology and education to understand the resilient Maya communities that lived at Aventura for over 5,000 years. Professor Robin is joined by her team, Yahaira Montejo, who is an independent scholar and has a BA in archaeology from Galen University. She's also joined by Abigail Sarmiento, current BA student at Galen University, and Dr. Zachary Nissen, who is an assistant professor of instruction at Northwestern University. Without further ado, let's welcome the Aventura Archaeological Project team.
Maya Marketplace at Aventura, Belize by Cynthia Robin, Yahaira Montejo, Abigail Sarmiento, and Zachary Nissen. Greetings, I am Cynthia Robin, Professor of Anthropology at Northwestern University and Director of the Aventura Archaeology Project. Today we are talking about Maya marketplaces. Marketplaces are vibrant parts of cities today and in the past. They are critical parts of the economic life of cities, and they are social, spiritual, and political places as well. Despite their important role in cities, marketplaces can be difficult to identify in the archaeological record. One reason for this is because marketplaces are often in large, open central areas of cities that have multiple functions, only one of which is a marketplace. Take this example of Art in the Park in Corozal's town square. Once a month, art vendors come and set up stalls and sell their art. But after Art in the Park is over, the area is cleaned up and there's no evidence of the art vendors. Another example is the farmers market in Evanston, Illinois, where farmers come and sell their produce every Sunday during the summer in what is otherwise a parking lot. Marketplaces have long been identified as a key component of the Aztec Empire. Spanish invaders were amazed by the great marketplace at Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, and wrote extensively about it. the Aztec marketplace has become a Mexican symbol immortalized in Diego Rivera's market murals housed in the National Palace in Mexico City. The 2004 discovery of murals of a Maya marketplace at the city of Calakmul, Campeche, Mexico, provided vivid images of an ancestral Maya marketplace. In the murals, we can see vendors selling tamales, atole, salt, tobacco, clay pots, and baskets filled with things. Significant archaeology research that is uncovering evidence for Maya marketplaces is happening here in Belize. Eleanor King, director of the Mashna Project, has edited the definitive book on Maya marketplaces. Marketplaces at ancestral Maya cities in Belize, such as Altunja, Xunantunich, Buena Vista del Cayo, Caracol, and Mashna, have refined our understanding of the Maya marketplace. Our talk today will discuss a newly identified marketplace at the ancestral Maya city of Aventura, Corozal district. I will now turn this talk over to Abigail Sarmiento, archaeology student at Galen University, who will take us deeper into our topic of the Aventura marketplace and our new research in 2025.
Hi, my name is Abigail Sarmiento, and I'll be presenting on spatial layouts and roads. The ancestral Maya city of Aventura has 7 monumental plaza groups, with groups 1 to 6 forming the city center and group 7 connected by inner site causeways or road, which is called a sacbe or white road in Yucatec Maya. The black rectangles in the figure surrounded the northern and southern causeway sections. The marketplace is located adjacent to Group 3 at the midpoint of the causeway. And this area that I am circling here is where the marketplace would be. As is visible on the lighter map, the marketplace can be identified by its large flat plaza area, approximately 100 meters by 75 meters, which is not enclosed by buildings, unlike the surrounding monumental plaza groups. Pedestrian survey, which was undertaken both in 2015 and in 2025, provided a close examination of the ground surface at the marketplace. The surface was densely covered with tiny eroded ceramic sherds, something which was not found elsewhere at the site. This unique surface artifact density and spatial layout initially suggested the location of Aventura's marketplace. 2025 was the first field season of archaeological research at Aventura to focus on its marketplace. Research activities included, as discussed before, the pedestrian survey and LiDAR mapping of the marketplace, which was the first step in identifying its location, both in 2015 and in 2025. So post-hole testing was used to locate areas of interest and to determine where excavation units would be placed, specifically in the causeway area. Excavation units in the marketplace were placed in areas where we observed a difference in soil or artifact density. In 2025, excavations measured 1 meter by 2 meters to allow us to test different areas of the marketplace. In inner site causeways connected major plazas and civic spaces. The marketplace serves as a midway point, and causeways make it highly accessible to both residents and visitors. Maya causeways often link to rituals and civic centers, and marketplace positions highlight its importance in Aventura's city plan. Finally, the 2025 team includes presenters Dr. Cynthia Robin, Yahaira Montejo, and myself, Abigail Sarmiento. Foreman Fernando Yam. The recorders were Alvin Arana, Sage Walsh, and archaeological excavators were Albino Basto, Cayetano Castaneda, Ricardo Aban, Roberto Tzul, Gerardo Polanco. Ceramicist, Dr. Deborah Walker, and our laboratory assistants were Juriel Garcia and Chris Torres. Having identified where Aventura's marketplace was located and how it fits into the city's layout, next we have Yahaira Montejo, graduate of Galen University in 2021. She will discuss the products and stalls that would have animated this vibrant economic and social space.
Hello, I am Yahaira Montejo. During the 2025 field season at Aventura excavations were designed to better understand the marketplace. A focus was on the area where previous research in 2017 by Zachary Nissen and Laura Kosakowski identified a dense area of coconut wax on slip ceramics. At coastal sites in Belize, coconut wax ceramics were used to boil salt water to produce salt cakes, or blocks of salt that would form at the bottom of the ceramics. Heather McKillop notes that ethnographically, salt would have been traded from coastal salt production areas in ceramics, which would be broken at their destination to remove the salt. Thus, our identification of fragmentary coconut wax ceramics at Aventura's marketplace suggests that salt was a key commodity. Salt would have been brought to the marketplace in ceramics, which would have been broken there to extract the salt cakes. In 2025, 2 test excavations were conducted to better understand the coconut wax deposit. Hundreds of thousands of ceramic shards were uncovered in these excavations, indicating the quantity of ceramics and extent of the salt trade. The broken coconut wax ceramics were recycled and layered to make floors. Our deepest excavation encountered 42 floors made of coconut wax ceramics. Salt is an important mineral essential for life. Today, salt is found in almost everything that we consume and use. Medicines, food, shampoo, and more contain salt. Salt was also indispensable in the past and was a valuable commodity in Mesoamerica. Salt not only gave a better flavor and preserved food, but it was also used as a currency equivalent. A mural painting at Calakmul depicts salt as a commodity at the Calakmul marketplace. Excavations also identified evidence of other commodities present at Aventura's marketplace. 2017 research by Zachary Nissen and Lucas Johnson identified a discrete area of biface tinning flakes, which was possibly linked to a marketplace trade of bifaces. These stone tools could have been traded at the marketplace or used in cutting meat or fish that was being salted. In marketplaces, we would normally find different areas and people selling different products. Marketplace vendors each had a stall at the marketplace. Given that the place in a city that was used as a marketplace could also have been used for other things. Marketplace stalls could be quite ephemeral, such as a mat on the ground to sell products or a thatched roof to provide shade. Identification of a stall at the marketplace in Aventura was uncovered in 2025 season. One test excavation identified a single layer of limestone rubble that formed a low surface built directly on the ground, which was possibly part of a marketplace stall. A post hole that was uncovered on the east side of the surface originally held a wood post that held up a thatch roof. We only excavated part of the stall in our 1 meter by 2 meter test excavation in 2025. We expect that the post hole identified in 2025 was one of 4 post holes from 4 posts that would have been supported a thatch roof over a rectangular style surface. Future research will reveal more evidence of styles and commodities exchanged at Aventura's marketplace. Understanding marketplaces is an emerging topic of interest in Maya archaeology, and new marketplaces, such as the one at Aventura, continue to be encountered across the Maya area. I will now turn this presentation back over to Cynthia Robin to wrap us up.
Our research in 2025 has identified an important northern Belize marketplace, which would have been a center of trade and exchange for the ancestral Maya of northern Belize. Today, as in the past, Aventura's marketplace brings people together. Our marketplace research engages youth from San Joaquin to learn archaeological skills of excavation, artifact analysis, and drone photography. Shown here is the youth group from librarian Ms. Marielle Puck's San Joaquin Community Library Group. Situated at the foot of Aventura's main temple, its marketplace would also have been a place of ceremony. In 2025, we were grateful that the Tone Masewalun MPO, translated as We Are Maya, led by Ms. Adela Peterson, consecrated Aventura at the foot of its main temple and next to the marketplace with a cardinal directional ceremony. Our research in 2025 has just begun to scratch the surface of Aventura's marketplace, and we hope that future research will shed more light on Aventura's vital role in trade and exchange in northern Belize. We would like to thank the Heritage Education Network Belize for organizing the 2025 Kulcha Symposium. Thank you to all the members of the 2025 Aventura Archaeology Project, and thank you to all of you for listening.
All right, thank you so much to the Aventura Archaeological Project team. I have to say that it was just wonderful to hear from the students that are partaking in this project. I think I have to give a big kudos to Professor Robin and her team for having these students be a part of the project, but also be a part of the writing process, to be a part of the publishing process, because all of these things encompass how we create equity in the archaeology in Belize arena. So thank you all so much. Now it is time for the Q&A portion of this morning's session. So I would like to invite our panelists for this morning. We have Mr. Norbert Stanchly, we have Ms. Dr. Arianne Boileau, and we have Professor Cynthia Robin. So thank you all so much for joining me and our team this morning, and wonderful presentations to you all. Before we get started, perhaps I would like to get a comment from each of you, how the projects have been since you all last published your presentation, and perhaps your future endeavors for each of your projects. Let's start with you, Norbert.
Okay, good morning. Thank you again for inviting me to participate in this symposium. So I guess in terms of faunal analysis, that's sort of been on the back burner for me for a while as I do architectural work at a couple sites. But one of the reasons I put up my last slide about a comparative collection, that is my future endeavor and retirement plan, to be in Belize and to hopefully help make this sort of research accessible for all Belizeans, and somehow, somewhere put together a reference collection for animal bone research. I have long-standing ties to Belize, and this has always been important to me. And, there's a few of us that have our private collections, but there's just nowhere quite yet to sort of house them and have it accessible for Belizeans, not just to access it, but to learn zooarchaeological techniques. And that's sort of my future work and retirement plan. And part of the reasons I wanted to do this presentation as well is this is the basis of a paper I'm working on contributions from research in Belize to our general knowledge of Maya-animal relationships.
Perfect. Dr. Arianne?
Yes, good morning, everyone. What is happening with the turtles? There's always so many things happening with the turtles. It's funny that Norbert is talking about a comparative collection because I'm currently building an osteological guide to identify turtles. And I did research this summer at the Smithsonian and the Carnegie Museum to basically take photos and take metrics and things of the sort. So something that I've been building for years and hopefully I have ready in the next maybe 2 years because it's a lot of work. But otherwise, I'm working on the paper to publish the first ancient DNA data from the freshwater turtles across Belize, Guatemala, and Mexico. So we have 60-ish samples. Not all of them yielded DNA, but several did, especially from laminae. And it's going to show less. I don't have evidence so much of the trade aspect yet, but I have proof of decrease in genetic diversity over time. So likely that overexploitation in the last century has depleted a lot of the turtle stocks. So you can look forward to that hopefully in the next year.
That's awesome. Professor Cynthia?
Yes, hi, thank you. We were extremely excited to present here about the Aventura Marketplace because this is what our new project is going to be moving forward. And this past summer, we just kind of tested our ideas that Aventura had a large marketplace and would have been an important center for the economy in northern Belize. One of the things I'm particularly excited about is that one of our excavation supervisors, Yahaira Montejo, who's one of my co-authors in here, has just gotten so interested in the marketplace that she has decided that she wants to do her dissertation on the marketplace. So hopefully we will have more information, more details about what products were sold and how the market worked in the economy of northern Belize in the years to come.
I'm really excited. I think that archaeology has been always this research foundation in Belize where we have gathered all of this data about our ancient past, but I think there is still this lag of bringing public awareness to the incredible work that has been done. I mean, some of you have been here for decades, I think older than me, and it's incredible that the work has just been long-standing. And so thank you so much for being a part of Kulcha and for sharing the work with us. We have a question from James Beacon, and also thank you, James. You are an avid tuner into Kulcha every single year. We get a question from James all the time. So thank you so much for being a supporter. But James says, I am biased, but great to see and hear about Kakabish. Great presentation. I noticed that data seems to come from the north of Belize and central Belize. Are there any differences between the Belize River Valley and north central Belize, i.e. Kakabish and Lamanai? I think that question can go to any one of you.
Sorry, could you bring that up again for me?
Oh, I apologize. So I think James would like to know if there is any differences between the data that comes out from the Belize River Valley and North Central Belize.
I think maybe in general patterns in terms of faunal use, it would slightly depend on time periods. A lot of the stuff I presented on from the Belize Valley is mostly pre-classic deposits that have been analyzed. in terms of Kakabish and Lamanai, it's often a terminal classic or early to late post-classic information. So there's a little bit different trends there in the types of animals being used for subsistence. I think one of the things that for me is the shell use, freshwater shells. Especially late pre-classic times, but there's such huge quantity of some of those freshwater shells, and that seems to be across sites in central western Belize, right up to northern Belize, where during the pre-classic there is a real preponderance for utilization of either hute, freshwater clams, or apple snails, and especially in northern Belize, there's a lot more apple snails being found. And that's primarily due to the different environments. Apple snails can grow in a little pond of standing still water. They're very resilient, whereas things like hute require fast-moving rivers to survive. But for some reason, during the pre-classic, late pre-classic, shell use seems to be somewhat uniform across the sites that I've looked at.
I agree with Norbert. I mean, the differences we see have so much to do with cultural preferences over time, and then the environments, right, where the sites are located. So, like, I think in a general rule, we can say if the site is close to waterways, then there will be more fish and more turtles. If you're closer to the interior, you potentially have more larger game. If you're on the coast, then you have a lot of marine fish, right? So, obviously, the Maya were exploiting what was available to them, like, readily. But there are, I guess, trends that we can talk about where, like, deer is always a preferred species for the elite. Once turkeys come from Mexico, they first show up in elite context and they're then domesticated, and then everybody has access to them, but there's still a preference by the elite, right? And sometimes it's not about just the animals, but also the parts of the animals that are exploited. So obviously, like, often elite tends to have the better meat cuts, so like the haunches for deer, things of the sort, right? So there are general trends, but it varies with regions and time.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think that the relationships that the general population have with animals, we can see it better in the zooarchaeology data. There's only so much that ceramics or even glyphs can tell us, and majority of the time it's written by those that are in power. So I think zooarchaeology, osteoarchaeology kind of is that those are the fields that are able to bring a little bit of voice to the common people. So I really kind of appreciate the work that has been done there. We have another question from James, actually, and he's asking, while surveying the grounds of Maya sites for archaeology, I've always bumped into turtles or terrapins. I always move them to the nearest water source when they are close to the road to avoid danger. Is that the right thing to do? Yeah, I have a panic attack every time I see a turtle crossing the highway, and I don't want to touch it. And I don't remove them, but I try my best to swerve. So is it the right thing to do to move them? Is what James is asking.
Generally, yes. I mean, to move them like off the road is obviously best. Most turtles in Belize, but one, are normally freshwater turtles, so they live close to rivers. And so I would say don't dump them in water if they don't want to be in water, but you can bring them closer to water sources, and that's fine. But there is a time of the year too where they like to like burrow in the ground, and so and they might be like kind of just out and about waiting for the rainy season. So.
Thank you so much. Eleanor King is saying, great to learn about the faunal materials. I find the idea of animal husbandry really interesting in the context of Maya markets. And kudos to the Aventura team on presenting some really compelling evidence. I think that for the general population that is watching Professor Cynthia, I think the question from this particular comment can extend to, why is it important to even research marketplaces, and how can we learn not just about the social complexities of Maya markets, but kind of connecting it to the way we even do market in present day.
Yeah, I think those are excellent questions because it may not be that markets work the same way in the past as they work today. And it also can be that there are some similarities. I think one of the key reasons to study marketplaces is to understand the economy and how the economy works, how trade works, what people are exchanging, how they are getting it. But it's also equally important to think about marketplaces as places where tons of people get together, and people who might not get together for other reasons. So marketplaces are social places, they're political places, and so they actually allow us to understand all aspects of life in a society. So they're kind of like a microcosm of what's going on in a society. And I think that's one of the reasons that makes them so important. We currently don't have any evidence of animal use and animal trade or sale at the marketplace at Aventura, but we've just started. So we only have the evidence you saw that we presented about salt and about stone tools. And I'm sure that was not the only things that are being traded at Aventura. But one thing that I think was really interesting is we had 2 lines of evidence that helped us identify that salt was being traded at Aventura. One were all of those, hundreds of thousands of coconut walk unslipped shirts that are used for producing salt and trading salt. But the other one, and Norbert, I don't know if you remember this, back in 2017, I emailed you with a picture of some little shells that we found with the coconut walk unslipped ceramics. And you identified them as shells that would come from salt flats, from sort of low coastal areas. And so putting that together, what are the things that are coming is these little shells that were probably, in the water that people were boiling to get the salt, because that's where they were, and the ceramics and the salt that we actually don't have. So I think that's another way, sort of that animals can really help us understand things in the past.
I really, really agree with that. And I think that, it kind of brings me to this comment by Dr. Melissa Johnson that's talking about the Hecate being so important to Maya prehistory, but it's arguably important to rural Creole communities as well. And just kind of talking about how, regardless of who is in this space, this particular species has been important to various ethnic groups and cultures. Now we can't eat Hecate, it's very much endangered, but I do remember growing up and having it. And it's very delicious, but I think perhaps this particular notion of how we acquire Hecate and how we hunt it, the population in Belize now is really, really small compared to the Maya in these prehistorical times. So what is it that you think, or based on your research, that we are doing that is perhaps unsustainable?
It's a combination of factors, right? So I don't have evidence right now that there was overhunting in the past, but it doesn't mean that it's not possible, right? Because we know many cultures around the world have not always exploited resources in a way that was sustainable. But for sure, in the 19th and 20th century, there's been an overexploitation of Hecate. But it's not just the fact that it's been hunted and sought after, it's also destruction of the habitats in which the animal lives. So the fact that across the whole area, this is not just Belize, but that we are polluting waterways, that we're building cities, that there's agricultural runoffs, all of these things impact the rivers in which the Hecate lives, and so makes it harder for the Hecate to survive. But then there's also, yes, this demand of an animal that is very delicious, right? And that is also sought after for special events like Lent, for example, or so around Easter, that is also culturally significant, right? And so I think conservation in this case is a balance between trying to protect a species so it doesn't disappear, but also recognizing that it is culturally significant. And so is there a way to strike a balance between the two so that we don't say, you can't eat it at all, but potentially there's a way to do it that is more sustainable, right? So there are laws now today in Belize to protect the species. There's only, if I remember well, there's only a ban for 1 month when the females are laying eggs. But otherwise, Belizeans are still allowed to hunt the Hecate in some areas, and they are allowed to take a certain amount, right? And so the idea is to respect the fact that it is still part of culture in Belize today to hunt and take Hecate, but to try to do it in a way that is more sustainable and protects the species, right? So we can continue for millennia to have the Hecate around.
Agreed. We have a final question. Who better to wrap up the final question than James Bacon himself, of course. One final question says, if potential marketplaces are places of trade as well as socializing, do we see non-local ceramic types and styles appearing that are different to the local style? Is it more geared towards domestic local trade or also long distance trade? I think this question is for you, Professor Robin.
I absolutely love this question. And I would say what our evidence so far at Aventura is for something that I would call semi-local, so something that is actually between local and long-distance trade. So we're seeing things coming to Aventura from the coast. We're seeing chert coming from the Colha chert-bearing district, but we are not seeing goods coming from very long distance. This being said, I just want to reiterate that we have just scratched the surface, and I am so excited to see what this marketplace will show us in the future.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your presentation this morning. Thank you for all of your questions. Thank you for your great answers. And even though I know you guys are just panelists for this morning, I hope that you tune into the next 3 days of Kulcha to hear more about these presentations. And of course, collaborating with institutions here and abroad. Thank you all so much for joining us this morning. And thank you to our viewers for joining us. That wraps up our first morning session of day 1 here at the Kulcha Symposium. We're going to take a quick coffee break, and we'll be back at 10:30. We will have another post meeting. Welcome you all. Thank you so much. Bye.
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 Thank you.
Hello, my name is Felicita Cantun Amaya from Northern Belize. Every year, I join the symposium because it's a space where we celebrate and reclaim the richness of Belizean and indigenous heritage. For me, sharing knowledge about my Maya culture, traditions, and spirituality is not only about the past, it's about keeping our identity alive for future generations. I invite you to watch the Culture Symposium because it brings together voices, stories, and wisdom across Belize and beyond. It is a place to learn, to reflect, and to feel proud of who we are. Culture is who we are, and when we honor it, we honor ourselves. Thank you.
Well, make sure you tune in to the 2025 Culture Symposium for October 29th to the 31st.
And it will also be online. You can watch it on YouTube or Facebook on the Heritage Education Network Belize page there.
This the culture.
Hello, my name is Diana Janae, and I presented at the Belize Culture Symposium in 2022. People should tune in to the Belize Culture Symposium because the Heritage Education Network of Belize really created a space and a platform for people from across the country who, as long as they have the project, the platform, the mindset, the vision to preserve and evolve our culture here in Belize, that they can share that with the wider community. It's always very interesting and insightful presentations that when you are finished from watching or tuning into the Culture Symposium, you have that vigor to want to contribute to the preservation of culture. Preparing for the Culture Symposium in 2022, honestly, I did not see myself presenting honestly, but I had met April Martinez, who was my coworker at the time, and she encouraged me to submit an abstract after explaining to me how 5 Minutes with D and culture links. And honestly, that opened my mind, and I went for it, and I created my presentation, Impact, Influence, and Innovation, showcasing how an online talk show that focuses on entrepreneurship sheds light on the promotion of culture, which is literally our everyday way of life. I would encourage anybody, as long as you have the vision, as long as you have that passion for Belizean culture, to preserve it for future generations, to evolve it with the times that we're living in with technology, to see how we can shed light on the different perspective on culture, I would tell you go for it, because this platform will allow you to speak freely about how you connect with our Belizean culture.
Well, make sure you tune in to the 2025 Culture Symposium for October 29th to the 31st.
And it will also be online. You can watch it on YouTube or Facebook on the Heritage Education Network Belize page there.
This the culture.
Heritage Education Network Belize Culture Symposium, Community Issues and Innovative Practices. Make sure you join with our Facebook and YouTube. I want to there, you better be there.
All we know that you are there.
Hi everyone.
Morning, everybody. Thank you.
Present.
Hi and good morning, everyone. My name is Sylvia Bate, and I will be the host for the remainder of this morning's session. Welcome back to day one of the Culture Symposium. We hope that you are all refreshed and ready for the second segment of our symposium. We hope that you enjoyed the first session on exploring Belize's past, ancient Maya lifeways, and have taken some time to refresh yourselves before the second session. We continue with exploring Belize's past, ancient Maya lifeways. This session will focus more on the relationship between the Maya and sacred spaces. Our first presentation for this session is a collaborative effort provided by Dr. Adam and Dr. Valdez. Dr. Manda Adam is currently a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Texas at Austin, specializing in the study of the ancient Maya of northern Belize. Their dissertation research examined the Postclassic period, that's 1000 to 1500 CE, in northern Belize, with particular attention to the cultural transformations that occurred between the Terminal Classic, 800 to 1000 Common Era, and Postclassic periods at the ancient Maya site of Colha. Building on this foundation, Adam's current research continues with ongoing excavations at Colha, deepening the understanding of social and cultural change in the region. She is joined by Dr. Valdez Jr., professor at University of Texas at Austin, and a longtime supporter of the Culture Symposium.
Hi everyone, my name is Manda Adam, and today I'm going to be presenting new research on the post-classic period at the site of Colha in northern Belize. And I also want to give a quick thank you to the organizers of this conference for putting together this wonderful conference that explores all the different aspects of cultural heritage of Belize. Today, what I'm mainly going to be focusing on is first understanding Colha, the site, what's important to know about it, and a quick kind of history of human interaction at the site. And then next, focusing on a specific period of Colha history, which is my research focus, the post-classic period, and to understand what life was like at Colha during this time. So to begin with, Colha is in northern Belize. It's this red triangle here that's kind of outlined by this black circle. It's by the modern day towns of Orange Walk and close to the village of Santa Marta. What's important to know about Colha is that Colha is located in this chert-bearing zone here that's in the gray, this kind of gray splotch here. And the chert-bearing zone is an area that has a lot of chert. And chert is a kind of rock stone material that was used by ancient peoples to create stone tools, so like arrowheads, projectile points, knives, all these different things. And Colha, being in this chert-bearing zone, is very important to its history and understanding what's happening at Colha through time, which we'll talk about in a little bit. When we're looking at the site itself, Colha is a site that has a lot of the main components that we think of with Maya sites. So first we have this monumental center here, and this is where a lot of the larger architecture at Colha is. We have the larger pyramids, important religious buildings, elite residences, all these kinds of things. And then moving out from the monumental center, we have a variety of different household groups, maybe smaller religious groups, and all of these households are unique. We have different things going on, from agriculture to crafting to any other type of activity that people might be up to at Colha. And an area that you can't quite see here, but over here, kind of in the area that's off the map, there is a swamp called Cobweb Swamp, which is important for agriculture for the site, but it's also an important component of the site's history. So when we're looking at the site history of Colha, Colha is primarily an ancient Maya site. However, it does have pre-Maya peoples interacting in the area. So about 5,000 years ago, we are in the late Archaic period. In the Cobweb Swamp area that I just mentioned, this kind of area that's west of the monumental center of Colha, there are people who are coming through this area who are hunter-gatherers, meaning they're not living somewhere permanently, they're kind of moving around to different areas. These hunter-gatherer groups are coming to Cobweb Swamp to participate in horticulture, to grow different non-domesticated plants, and they're also coming here to utilize the chert and make different stone tools that you can see here. So we have this pre-Maya component at Colha, which is really important and very interesting. We're going to do a big time jump to the early middle pre-classic at Colha. And this is a really important time at Colha, but also in Maya cultural history. This is when we see the hunter-gatherers from this late archaic period beginning to settle down permanently, building villages, building homes, such as the ones that we see here, these platforms, and transitioning into what we would call ancient Maya culture. At Colha, there is this really early component with a early middle pre-classic village in the northern part of the monumental center. We're going to do another big time jump to the terminal classic period, another important period at Colha, and also in Maya cultural history. This period is sometimes referred to as the Maya collapse, and at Colha, we have a big event during this time where 30 individuals who are believed to be elite are beheaded, and then the site looks to be abandoned for about 50 to 100 years, and then reoccupied in the Postclassic. The Postclassic is going to be the main time period that I'm going to be focusing on today, but the one thing I just wanted to emphasize again is I was talking about the chert-bearing zone and how it's important to Colha's history. Throughout all of this time, from the late Archaic to the Postclassic, chert plays a really important role at Colha of making tools that can be used, but also residents of Colha using these tools to create economic, political, social relationships through trade of the tools that they're producing at the site. We think that Colha probably did play a really important role in the economy of northern Belize throughout time of the Maya cultural history. My main research question and interest is understanding what life at Colha was like during the Postclassic. And today I'm going to be covering kind of three main topics: crafting activities, foodways, and what connections Colha had with other sites. So I think one of the first important things to understand is what evidence we have for understanding Postclassic life at Colha. And most of the evidence we have for the Postclassic period at Colha are from middens or trash deposits. Looking through someone's trash can actually be really informative to understanding who they are, what they're up to, what social class they might be a part of, what activities they're doing. And Colha has these very large midden or trash deposits where they are several meters wide and can be several meters deep and have a wide variety of different cultural materials that give us a lot of insight into what was happening at Colha during the Postclassic. Some of the different artifacts we found in these middens: ceramics, some figurines, a whistle, some metal copper bells, conch shell and other marine shell, deer antlers, fishnet weights, and a lot of other materials. Like I said, these midden materials are so essential to helping us understand what's happening. By looking through someone's trash, you can get a really great insight into what their daily life may have been like. Next, I'm going to talk a little bit about the different types of craft production we see happening at Colha. As I've mentioned before, lithic tool production is an important component throughout all of Colha's history, and that remains true in the Postclassic. We see changes in the Postclassic. New technologies of lithic tool production are being made, such as this triangular adze. This is a new technology for the Postclassic period, and the way that they're making the tools is slightly different than previous periods. They're using pressure flaking primarily, using deer antlers such as this. Another craft production that we have happening at the site is textile production. We have found a number of spindle whorls, which are these artifacts here on the bottom. in these midden deposits, and this indicates some level of clothing production, whether it's just household production, where it's just being consumed by the household, or traded with other households, or beyond Colha. Not quite sure about that, and still working on that. And then we also found this bone awl or needle that would have also been used in clothing production. Other types of craft production we see at Colha include bone crafting. These bones here on the top left, at the very top of them, you can see that they are cut. And when bones were used by the ancient Maya to make bone beads or other bone artifacts, there's this specific process that they do to get the bone cut down to the way that they want it to be for these crafting activities. And the ends of the bones, like these, are usually cut like this. And so we do have some evidence of bone crafting production happening at Colha during the Postclassic. And then also we did find a bone bead here, which is really interesting. So that's a really interesting component of craft production we see at Colha. Another craft production component we see at Colha during the Postclassic is shell. We found quite a few of shell artifacts, including shell beads like this, a shell ear spool, a pendant, a flower, and then this earring, which looks to be kind of maybe like a hoop earring, to use modern terms. And most of these are made out of marine shell, which also tells us they had access to marine resources, maybe through trade routes and other things. We also did find this conch shell, which had incising on it, represented in the white lines here. And you can see on the shell where they had incised it and started to break off pieces of the shell to make these beads. Moving on to foodways at Colha, what we can see is that a lot of the plant materials that were eaten in previous periods continue to be used. There seems to be somewhat of a continuation in the plants that they're eating. However, there is a really big change in their eating habits of wild animals. There's definitely an increase in the exploitation of animals at Colha during the Postclassic. And what we can see from the faunal collection is that there is a really wide variety of animals that are being eaten at Colha. On the right, I have listed some of them: deer, turkey, marine fish, as well as freshwater fish, different types of turtles, freshwater turtle, as well as marine turtle as well. And so we just have this really wide variety of different animals that are being eaten at Colha during the Postclassic period. There also seems to be a greater reliance on shell, particularly marine shell that's coming in, but also freshwater shells such as apple snail shells, which are here, and hute shells. And we also know that fishing is playing a bigger role in the Postclassic period due to the number of fish net weights, but also due to the number of fish bones that are recovered from this time period. Next, we're going to talk about some of the external connections that Colha has with other regions. And what we can see is that during the Postclassic, there seems to be this affiliation with sites in Quintana Roo and along the Quintana Roo coast. And we can see this due to similarities in ceramic assemblages between those sites and Colha. One of the best indicators is Ceramis. This is an example from Colha of this incised paille variety. And it's very similar to other cultural types that we see along Quintana Roo. And we also know, as I said earlier, that the residents of Colha seem to have access to marine goods through the marine shell, also through coral and other marine animals, and also through obsidian. At the site, most of the obsidian from the Postclassic period is from Ixtepeque, which is down here in southern Guatemala. And what researchers think is that during the Postclassic period, Ixtepeque was traded primarily up the coast of Quintana Roo and into the Yucatan, just because at the time, the sites that have a lot of political power are in this area. And so what I hypothesize is that at Colha, residents had access to this coastal trade route that was established during the Postclassic due to having a lot of Ixtepeque obsidian at the site, but also having a wide variety of different goods from the ocean, different marine animals, marine shell, and all of that. So what we've learned from Colha is that there are these changes that are happening from the previous terminal classic period to the post-classic period, and are starting to give us some insights into what life was like at Colha during the post-classic period. But as always, there's still more to learn and new insights to take. The last thing I want to do is just say thank you to the communities of Santa Marta and Orange Walks for hosting us. And I can't express enough gratitude for the invaluable help and collaboration that they have given us over the last few years. It's been a really amazing experience working with these communities, visiting the Santa Marta primary school, and just getting to learn from them, learn a lot of information about them, about Belize, about Colha, about Santa Marta, and I can never emphasize the amount of gratitude I have for our community members in Santa Marta. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Drs. Adam and Valdez. Our next presenter is Dr. John Spenard. Dr. Spenard is an archaeologist who has been studying ancient Maya culture in Belize for more than 2 decades. He is currently serving as the director of the Frio Archaeology Project, or Regional Archaeology Project that is, which investigates the ancient Maya who once lived and worked in the area now known as the Mountain Pine Ridge Forest Reserve. We now introduce Dr. John Spenard and Gregory Mason for the early archaeology of the Frio caves.
Talks today, and to HENB for organizing this conference again. I'm really glad to be participating and presenting this research to you. As the title of my talk suggests, I'm discussing Gregory Mason and the early archaeology of the Frio caves. More specifically, the talk is about the history of the archaeological collection he made in those caves, an introduction to it, and my recent work documenting it. In many ways, this talk is historical in nature, dealing with the colonial bureaucracy of Belize in the late 1920s. It is an outgrowth of my Frio Regional Archaeological Project investigations in the Mountain Pine Ridge that I began in 2018, with the intent to document the caves Mason reported to contemporary archaeological standards. Much of the groundwork for this research I present today comes from my background studies when I started that project, and really finding something related to it to stay busy during COVID. The work itself, though, was realized during a research leave I took from my university in 2023 that ultimately took me to the Smithsonian Institution's National Museum of the American Indian in Washington, D.C. Overall, my aim for this talk is to bring awareness to the collection, to tell its story, and present its contents to the Belize public for the first time. The story begins in New York City with George Gustav Heye, who was one of the most prolific collectors of pre-Hispanic artifacts from throughout the Americas at the turn of the 20th century. In 1916, he established a foundation in his name and donated all of his collections to it, creating the Museum of the American Indian, which continued to actively collect archaeological and ethnographic materials from throughout the hemisphere. In 1928, the Heye Foundation contracted Gregory Mason, a famous explorer and archaeologist of the ancient Maya, and who was very popular on the lecture circuit, to lead an expedition to collect ethnographic objects from throughout the Maya region. The expedition, called the Mason-Blodgett Expedition, after sponsor Thomas H. Blodgett, then president of the American Chicle Company, was scheduled to last 4 months, passing through Mexico, Guatemala, and Belize. In Belize, the group traveled from Belize City to San Ignacio by motorboat, an important detail of the story that we'll be coming back to in just a few minutes. In San Ignacio, Mason learned of a Mr. Alfred August who held information about a cave in the mahogany forest that adjoins the Mountain Pine Ridge. The cavern was said to have, quote, many, many rooms filled with pots everywhere, end quote. Considering the purpose of his trip, Mason could not pass up the opportunity to see them, and paid Mr. August to bring him there. Ultimately, he and his team recorded and made collections in 3 caverns, which he named A, B, and C in the order that they came upon them. They are known today as Twin Cave and Frio Cave. Unfortunately, Mason's publications resulting from his trip to the caverns are not overly informative from an archaeological perspective. I'll get to reasons why I believe so in a few minutes, but the only piece resembling a scientific report was published as part of the High Foundation's Indie Notes and Monograph series. This monograph, which you can access by scanning this QR code, is physically small. This is a copy of it here. It's roughly the size of a smartphone, 45 pages long, and illustrated with 30 photographs of artifacts, mostly pots he collected in 3 caves and a few other sites on the trip. But the text reads like a verbal walkthrough of the caves, talking about some of the artifacts he collected, but descriptions are unsystematically presented, with different kinds of information given for them. For some, he gives the height of the vessel, for others, he gives the rim diameter, and for others still, he just gives a description of the decorations. When introducing some of the artifacts, he makes reference to others that were found in other parts of the cave, or other caves altogether. It's a really confusing report to read for archaeological information. Now, compounding the difficulty of the report is that it includes no maps of the caves, where excavations were made, or even notable features of the caverns that he discusses. It also doesn't include a comprehensive list of what he collected. To my knowledge, that's never been reported. Another major publication of the expedition was offered in part of a chapter in his 1940 autobiography that you see here in the middle. But to write that, he recycled a lot of what he wrote in the monograph. Basically tells the same story, but adds in a few new details here and there. And he includes 4 or 5 of the same photos that he included in the monograph, so there's really nothing new presented there. Now, perhaps the most informative account of the whole expedition comes from a spread of magazine articles titled Caribbean Blue that he authored. In part 2 of the story, seen here, he details the Frio Caves visit. Now, the magazine that he published the story in is Motorboating Magazine. Not the most reputable sources for archaeological information, but he wrote the story there because, as I mentioned before, he traveled the Belize River by motorboat, a relatively new method of travel in Belize at that time. So, what did he take out of the caves? He said most of what he collected were ceramics, and the photos he includes in the monograph back that up, but he discusses a few other kinds of artifacts. Here are most of the photos published. They represent several of the whole and partial vessels he collected, but remember the physical size of the monograph is small, and the quality of reproduced images makes it really difficult to see well their decorations and other details. Here we see the other artifacts that Mason collected from the caverns. These include objects like this spike censer, a few jade ear spools and beads, and some other stone objects made of slate, metamorphic rock, chert, and limestone. Now, a couple of the reasons I believe that Mason didn't pursue working with the collection is that he was only contracted with the museum to make it, not study it. But another major reason seems to be he doesn't seem to think very highly of it. When shipping it back to the museum, he writes in an accompanying letter, quote, "All in all, it's been quite a hectic 3 weeks here for me. And as I already said, the value of the collection has not justified such a pother. I'm afraid it may not even be worth the cable tolls you've spent, but you'll soon know the worst." And I'll get to the reasons why it was a pother in just a few minutes, but you can see he didn't think very highly of it. Now, because of the overall lack of information about the assemblage in his publications, a primary driver for this project was identifying what he actually took from the caves. He mentions a lot of ceramics, but there are only 30 photos in his book, as I mentioned, mostly of whole and partial vessels. Some clues can be found in his discussing exporting the artifacts in his autobiography. He says he learned that while shipping the assemblage from Belize to New York, he violated the law of the colony by taking it out of the caves without first getting concessionaire status for the colonial government. To remedy the situation, the council needed to reconvene, which took several weeks. When they did finally meet, they did grant him concessionaire status without problem, but as required by law at the time, he had to turn over half of the collection to the colonial authorities. Nevertheless, he was allowed to ship the entire collection to the MAI for investigation. In the letter that accompanies the eventual shipment to the museum, he says his stuff occupies 4 boxes and the colony's half is in 2 other cases, another important clue for understanding the fate of the collection. So how was it divvied up? Again, this is an important part to understanding what happened to it. According to colonial law at the time, a coin would be flipped. Whoever won the toss would pick the first object, the loser picked the second, the winner picked the third, and so forth until the entire collection was sorted. Mason first did this with an individual named Clive Smith, but the colonial authorities soon changed their minds, deciding that he was too young and inexperienced to make proper selections on their behalf. So again, Mason had to prolong his trip and wait for Captain Grunning to travel to town to make the colony's official selections. This is part of why he was waiting for so long. Now here's where the question of whether are the contents of the full collection and what happened to it after Belize gets muddled. In the letter Mason sent to the museum about the shipment, he was told that he could keep the colonial portion for 6 months, but that another archaeologist was allowed to keep a different collection for a year, so he says there's no definitive timeline to return it. And overall, especially in his private writings, he seems to be pretty dismissive of the deadline and the need to return the objects that Captain Grunning selected. So what happened to it? Well, tracing the collection, where the collection wound up, I found that the MAI was absorbed into the Smithsonian Institution in 1989, becoming the National Museum of the American Indian, or NMAI, in Washington, D.C. As part of that move, nearly all of the High collection was moved from New York to the Cultural Resource Center in Sweetland, Maryland, just outside of D.C. I contacted them during COVID, and their archivist sent me all of the archives affiliated with the collection. One of the records is the shipping register showing 2 cases sent to the British Museum on January 4, 1929, the same number of cases Mason noted in his letter, and about 6 months after he shipped the collection to the MAI. Staff at the NMAI have indicated that the museum had no other reason to ship anything to the British Museum at the time, and so though the contents are recorded, this is likely the colonial selections. I've contacted the British Museum though, and unfortunately they have no record of the shipment arriving, so what happened to the portion of it after the assemblage was shipped is currently unknown. The NMAI archives also sent me this document titled Field Catalog of Some of the Archaeological Objects Found. This is a list mostly of whole vessels and a few other non-ceramic artifacts, most of which seem to match the figures in the publication. Leading each entry is either an M for Mason or a GOV for government, seemingly representing how the materials were sorted. But in his correspondence with the MAI about the shipment, he notes that the catalog was of the better pieces, not the entire collection, and he made that list when Clive Smith was doing the sorting, not Grunning, and he basically just simply ran out of time to be able to make a proper list of what the government actually chose. So until the shipment to the British Museum is relocated, the full collection will remain unknown. The MAI's full portion does appear in this gift register, though. It notes a total of 491 objects gifted to the museum, 402 of which are listed as potsherds. Now there's many entries about the sherds because they were sorted first by decoration and then by part. Unfortunately, by sorting this way, all provenience was lost on these pieces. Now moving on, if you total my numbers and compare it to the gift register, they won't quite match up. That's because in the register they count numbers of sherds that make up a single vessel fragment. In this summary, instead of counting the pieces, I just tabulated each vessel fragment as a single object. So we see he collected 14 jars and 2 bowl fragments. There are also 6 whole jars and 13 whole bowls. Again, most of these have been illustrated in his publication. Other artifacts listed are a pottery coil, 2 stone bowls, 2 chipped stone celts, and 37 univalve shelves. With that archival information in hand, I arranged a couple of trips to the Cultural Resource Center in 2023 to record this part of the collection. Now I want to spend my last couple minutes going over how I've recorded the collection, a couple of the results, and my plans to make the data accessible to the public. Now I still have work to do, but to date I have photographed, weighed, and measured each individual object except for a tray of undecorated body sherds, 2 trays of undecorated jar rims, and 1 of the jar fragments. Of the sherds, I have photographed the front and back sides of each, and using this absolutely wonderful tool called the laser-aided profiler, I made technical illustrations of all the painted rim sherds and all but the largest whole vessels and vessel fragments because they wouldn't fit into the device. Now, this is a really great time-saving tool. I've compiled these drawings into a catalog, and these are just some of the draft pages of it. Now, what you're looking at here is about half of the ceramics Mason collected. In all, about half of the sherds are painted in slipped monochromes and polychromes that date throughout the Classic period. The other half is unslipped material from utilitarian jars and bowls. Perhaps the most unique sherd Mason collected is this one. On the right, you see a color-enhanced copy of it that I made using the ID Stretch app. In it, you can see an outstretched arm with bent wrist, the thumbs and index finger pressed together with the other 3 extended. and the hand is reaching into a sort of a feathery, crenellated object. Now these two elements, the outstretched hand and that feathery object, are part of the whole mold dancer theme found on vessels in the late classic period at sites with ties to Naranjo. So this is probably a whole mold dancer style vessel. This piece is one that Mason considered to be his most important, but you can see here that the published photograph of it is quite frankly awful. Very little detail is visible in it, but seeing it in color and in person, it really is an extraordinary work of art. I estimate that this is only about 1/3 of the original piece, the top of a really tall cylinder vase. So you can see it better. Here's a roll-up photo that I made of it, and a drawing that my student Brooke Olivier made of the rollout. On it is an eyeball, an ear spool, and the sprouting vegetation. I think this is probably a vessel depicting the sprouting maize god. He notes that this is found in Cave A, and though we've conducted some excavations there, we haven't found any more of it. But I'm hoping as we continue to work there, we may be able to find more and get a better understanding of the vessel. All right, as I wrap up this talk, I want to quickly mention my plans for these data. With over 400 pieces, I couldn't show you everything today, but I am working on getting my photos and technical drawings posted to my project website, riffrep.org, so that folks can explore the collection themselves. I will also be including the catalog of drawings I showed a few slides ago in my next report to the Institute of Archaeology, and I will look to post that to my project website as well so everybody can look through and see that. I want to thank the American Philosophical Society and for the Franklin Research Grant that supported this work, and thanks to Cal State San Marcos for providing sabbatical leave, which I was able to make these visits to the CRC. I also want to give a big shout out to the absolutely wonderful folks at the Cultural Resource Center at the NMAI. From the first moment I stepped in the doors, they welcomed me and made me feel like I was part of their team. They're absolutely wonderful folks doing the good work the right way, working with communities to reconnect them with their past heritage. Thanks also to my CSUSM students who worked with me on these data, and to HENB for the opportunity to present this assemblage to you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spenard. We now move into our final presentation for this morning's segment, and we will be hearing from Ms. Yasmini Manzanero and the U.S. Department of the Interior International Technical Assistance Program. Ms. Yasmini is the Cultural Heritage Technician at Friends for Conservation and Development, and she holds a background in anthropology and archaeology from Yale University. Their objective under the Cultural Heritage and Course Management Unit program is to collect data on the natural and cultural heritage and to record any anthropogenic impacts that occur within the Chiquibul National Park. They do so by exploring, mapping, monitoring, and inventorying for proper management and preservation of natural and cultural heritage in the Chiquibul National Heritage Park. We will be hearing about their preliminary documentation efforts at the Aktun Cabal section and within the Chiquibul Cave system in the Kaya district.
Pleasant good morning. My name is Yasmini Manzanero, and I serve as the Cultural Heritage Coordinator at Friends for Conservation and Development. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Heritage Education Network Belize for the opportunity to participate in this important platform dedicated to cultural preservation and education. Today, I will be sharing insights from recent research at Aktun Cabal, a cave system that represents a significant component of Belize's cultural and natural heritage, where ancient Maya history and unique biodiversity come together in a single extraordinary landscape. The presentation will be covering an introduction of the Chiquibul Cave System, a brief introduction of the 80s survey and documentation of the Chiquibul Cave System, 1980s Aktun Cabal finds, present summary findings, survey and documentation of Aktun Cabal 2024, and recommendations. The Chiquibul Cave System, located in the Cayo district of Belize, Central America, is a transboundary karst system of significant geological, ecological, and cultural importance. As illustrated on Map 2, one of its primary access points, Aktun Cabal, is partially situated within the Chiquibul Forest Reserve, depicted in lighter green, while the remaining portion of the entrance and the majority of the cavern lies within the Chiquibul National Park, shown in darker green. The cave system continues its westward extension through the national park and ultimately crosses the Belize-Guatemalan border, entering eastern Guatemala. This extensive karst system comprises 4 major caverns: Actun Cabal, Actun Tungpul, Cebada, and Xibalba, which is located within the Guatemalan territory. It also features numerous vertical shafts and over 60 documented sinkholes, contributing to its highly complex subterranean morphology. Geological evidence indicates that the speleogenesis of the Chiquibul cave system began approximately 800,000 years ago. The primary processes involved included fluvial incision and the subsurface infiltration of the Chiquibul River into the region's highly soluble limestone bedrock. The Chiquibul cave system is the largest known cave network in Central America in terms of both length and volume. To date, over 65 kilometers of mapped underground passages have been documented. One of the most notable features of the system is the Belize chamber located within Actun Tungpul. This vast cavern measures approximately 1,600 feet in length and 600 feet in width, making it one of the largest known cave chambers in the Western Hemisphere. Map 3 is a close-up, which are images that represent the caverns Actun Cabal, Actun Tungpul, the Nahoshen sinkhole, which is within the area zone of Actun Tungpul, Cebada, known for the fossil of the cave bear, and lastly, we have Xibalba. The map illustrates the Chiquibul cave system as documented by Dr. Miller and his research team. The following section is a chronological overview of the exploration and mapping efforts conducted within the Chiquibul cave system. In 1982, Dr. Thomas Miller and team located the Chiquibul cave system while completing work for his PhD and spent 8 days exploring the cave. In 1983, confirmation by the National Geographic that funding was approved for a combined geological and archaeological project in Belize. In 1984, the initiation of the Chiquibul expedition. Research team discovered Belize chamber, which is surveyed, and also the discovery of Actun Tungpul cave and Actun Cabal. The team descends into the sinkhole known as Nahoshen. In 1986, the survey of the Cebada and Xibalba caves and the discovery of the mined Prodler. They arrived at the cave entrance in Guatemala and end of Limb Passage. In 1988, the team descends into Zygote Chamber. This expedition focuses on the biological sampling. In 1998, discovery of Il Sump Pultun Passage and possible Cebada route to Actun Tungpul Sump. In 1999, the team links Actun Tungpul to Cebada and they dive into the eel and shrimp sumps. The survey of the cave system totals 40 miles at this point. We will now be looking at the 1980s archaeological finds. The 1984 exploration of the Chiquibul cave system revealed that the integrity of many archaeological deposits had been compromised due to periodic flooding events. A significant portion of the artifacts, except those located in the highest chambers, were found buried beneath a thick layer of silty clay sediment. Ceramic analysis indicated that the majority of the pottery styles belonged to the late Classic to Post-Classic period. Thousands of pottery sherds, along with a wide variety of other artifacts, provide strong evidence for the ritual use of the cave by the late Classic Maya. In certain areas, ceramic sherds and the complete vessels were discovered tightly wedged among rock crevices, suggesting intentional placement as part of ritual activity. The Cabal expedition documented several architectural features, including platforms, terraces, and low masonry walls, particularly within the Chiquibul chamber and near the Kotob entrance. Notably, 2 human femora bearing footmarks were recovered from the defined archaeological context within the Chiquibul chamber. These bones were found behind a low stone wall connecting the frontal edges of 2 breakdown piles. Their placement, along with a concentration of broken ceramic vessels in the immediate area, strongly indicates their role as part of a Maya ritual offering. Overall, the archaeological reconnaissance confirmed the Actun Cabal and adjacent cave areas were extensively utilized by the ancient Maya. This conclusion is based on the distribution and topology of features and artifacts observed throughout the cave system, as well as the cave's physical characteristics and spatial organization. Slides 6 and 8 are selected sketch illustrations from the 1984 Cabal expedition produced as part of the archaeological documentation conducted by Dr. Thomas Miller and his research team. Image 1 shows a scored incense dish cover located in the Chiquibul chamber. Image 2 is listed under the possibility of being a Comal or an incensario, which was located in the Kotob entrance. The images depicted are those of a polychrome tripod dish, a bird motif hollow-footed, which was located in the Chickaboo chamber. Other finds were those of a polychrome dish, insect beam motif located in the Chickaboo chamber, and lastly, an unslip bowl located in the Chickaboo chamber. On screen are a few ceramic artifacts recovered from the 1980s Acton Cabal field documentation within the Chickaboo Cave system, currently curated at the Institute of Archaeology repository. Image 1 is a ceramic vessel curated from the Acton Cabal cavern. Image 2, as mentioned previously, from the 1984 sketch illustrations labeled as possible Kamal or incensario from the Kotob entrance of Acton Cabal. Image 3 is a bird motif hollow-footed that was located at the Chickaboo chamber east passage. And lastly, image 4 is a ceramic tripod dish from the Chickaboo chamber. We now proceed to the presentation of the 2024 Acton Cabal documentation, encompassing the results of the interdisciplinary field survey and analysis conducted within the Chickaboo chamber. Acton Cabal Survey Report 2024. Acton Cabal, a significant subsystem within the larger Chickaboo Cave system, is distinguished by its remarkable karst geology, rich biodiversity, and a substantial assemblage of cultural material. The 2024 multidisciplinary investigation was made possible through the support from the U.S. Department of the Interior, International Technical Assistance DOI ITAC, in collaboration with the Institute of Archaeology. The team comprised of specialists including a cartographer, archaeologists, cave biologists, and geologists. A total of 6 field days were conducted within Acton Cabal with the primary objective of collecting high-quality baseline data to inform future management strategies, including considerations for sustainable tourism. The survey emphasized both cultural and biological components, aiming to inventory material culture and identify biodiversity hotspots within the cave system, specifically the Chickaboo chamber. Methodologies used were survey techniques that included visual inspection, sketch mapping, and photographic documentation supplemented by standardized cultural inventory protocols utilizing detailed data sheets. These methodologies enable systematic recording of natural, biological, and cultural features. The key findings under the cultural documentation were a total of 60 features and 22 notable artifacts that were recorded. Among the most notable was a ceremonial area located in the rear of the Chickaboo chamber. This area contained 2 fragmented adult human femurs, an obsidian prismatic blade core used in bloodletting rituals, and a ceremonially discarded gray-ware oya. All artifacts were confined to a discrete spatial context indicating deliberate placement and ritual activity. A distinctive gray-red ware ceramic type was identified in the east passageway upper ledge room. Pots in this area contained this ware, which was thick and contained layers of red and black ware with coarse inclusions. A small number of shards with similar characteristics were also found in the central Chickaboo chamber, likely displaced by looters. Evidence of vandalism and disturbance was noted on pots in the east passageway upper ledge room, likely caused by Guatemalan nationals illegally crossing the border. These disturbances were absent in the 1980s documentation, suggesting the damage occurred within the past 4 decades. One pot appeared to have been intentionally overturned. The architectural features resulted in several new terraces identified within the Chickaboo chamber, exceeding the number recorded during the 1980s expedition. Notably, a central terrace stair wall complex was documented in the chamber's floor. The stair elements were newly interpreted by Mr. Paul Smith of the Institute of Archaeology. References to these features in 1984 literature provided a comparative basis for the updated survey data. The biological survey focused on biodiversity assessment, identifying numerous cave-adapted species, several of which may be undescribed by science. These findings underline the cave's ecological significance and the need for continued biological monitoring. The map and spatial documentation was a comprehensive sketch map of Acton Cabal, which was produced, illustrating the spatial relationships among cultural features, geological structures, and key biological zones. This map serves as a critical tool for future management, conservation planning, and research. Acton Cabal Kotob entrance. Due to time constraints, all our preliminary documentation and reporting was completed at the Kotob entrance of the Acton Cabal cavern. Two main archaeological areas in the Kotab entrance, west and east of the entrance, was observed. The east side of the Kotab opening contains approximately 10 terraces, a potential structural foundation, a radius bone, and Oya sherds. Many of the features are collapsed and impacted by erosion and flooding at this entrance, as evidenced by a larger percentage of displaced artifacts covered in silt that was observed in the Cabal entrance area. The east side contains a passageway, which was fully explored by the team. An obsidian prismatic blade was observed on the ledge leading to the passageway. The passageway itself contains a partially collapsed wall leading into a large room with approximately 12 large ceremonially dumped oyas of red, black, and gray slip and weir. The room also contains a potential heart, as well as broken speleothems and a broken red polychrome dish turned upside down. There is an upper passageway above the room that contains an additional few ceremonially dumped oyas. The west side of the Kotab entrance was not explored. Impact minimization of the Chikibul chamber. During an initial reconnaissance of the Chikibul chamber entrance, it was observed that significant surface erosion was actively occurring, likely deteriorated by repeated foot traffic along informal routes. This erosion was impacting both natural features and anthropogenic elements, including constructed terraces and wall alignments, which showed signs of destabilization and degradation. In order to mitigate further disturbance and minimize the impact on both the cultural features and the surrounding matrix, the field team implemented a low-impact access strategy. A designated pathway was established using clearly visible flagging tape to direct movement along a controlled route, thereby reducing further wear on sensitive areas and preventing inadvertent damage to archaeological materials. This measure was intended as a temporary conservation strategy pending the development of a long-term site management plan. During the Cabal 2024 documentation, several condition impacts and recommendations were made note of. There were features that were prone to impacts. Those registered features were AKF-01, a highly eroded trail-through feature which had caused the midsection to deteriorate, as well as AKF-05, a terrace located directly below the access route that had been actively eroded, given the active human-caused erosion. Recommendations to reroute access was implemented. Now we will take a look at the cave biota of Actung Cabal documentation. Biological documentation of thousands of cave invertebrates were documented during the 6 days in the Chikibul cave system. The 5 most abundant cave biota spotted were isopods more than 1,000, beetles more than 50, black spiders and burrows more than 30, tiny white millipedes more than 20, crickets about 20. The 5 cave biota at the most stations inventoried were spiders at 31 stations, flies at 20 stations, crickets at 18 stations, isopods at 17 stations, and beetles at 14 stations. These are a few images selected from the 2024 research at Actung Cabal that were inventoried. They consisted of arachnids, beetles, and isopods. Lastly, to finalize our documentation of Actung Cabal, a plan view and a profile view map were produced as a result of the 6-day survey documenting a total length of 1.65 miles and a survey depth of -265.5 feet. This represents the final deliverable of the 2024 mapping and documentation effort of Actung Cabal. To finalize our overall findings, recommendations were made looking at cave restoration, implement protocols for graffiti removal, flowstone restoration and the management of carbide dumps, soil stabilization access route, to implement soil stabilization strategies for the entrance slope into the Chikibul chamber to prevent future erosional processes and damage to cave resources, monitoring and documentation, to establish a robust system for cave photography to support monitoring and marketing efforts, and lastly, advocacy and protection. Groups who advocate for the Chikibul forest collaborate with neighboring communities and organizations and explore the possibility of World Heritage Site status. This concludes my presentation, and once again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yasmini Manzanero and team. And thank you too to the presenters from this morning's segment. We will now move into the live question and answer discussion with our presenters. So we welcome the presenters from this morning to the live stream and thank them all for being here, and also thank you to our audience for being here. Wonderful. Hi, good morning, everybody. It's great to see you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi. Wonderful. So we do have a couple of questions on this stream. We'll start off sort of at the top. Yeah. So we have a presenter, a question from one of our presenters. Dr. Spenard says that it was a very interesting presentation, and this is directed to Drs. Adam and Valdez. And then they go on and ask, or Dr. Spenard asks if there's any granite artifact in the Postclassic at Colha.
Not that we have found so far. We have found a couple of like mono and metate fragments, but all of them appear to be made out of like limestone and not granite. It would be cool to have something granite because it would help like elaborate more like ties that Colha has in the Postclassic, but right now just limestone artifacts, unfortunately.
I think that is true to northern Belize in the sense of having just quite a bit of limestone features and artifacts, and stationary metates as well, which is very different from what I've seen in our region. Wonderful. Dr. Spenard, I don't know if you have a follow-up question or comment.
No, I'm just part of the research that I've been doing, not related to what I talked about this morning, but in the Pine Ridge, we found the granite quarries, ancient granite quarries up there. At least one I know dates to the Postclassic, and Thompson actually talks about granite up at Mayapan, and so it seems like it's being traded. I'm just trying to track it down and see kind of how far it went and what the chronological distribution is there to help me understand what's happening in the Pine Ridge.
Yeah, if I find something that's granite and it has a Postclassic date, I will definitely let you know and reach out.
Thank you. I would appreciate it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right. So we'll move into next question, and this is from Dr. Alessandra Villarreal, and this question is for Dr. Spenard. So she asks if you found any evidence of similarly highly decorated sherds in caverns B and cavern C, and if there is any clear pattern of ceramic type or elaboration traveling deeper into the cave.
That's a question that I can't answer with Mason's data, unfortunately, because the way that he shipped it, he just, and I've only briefly touched on it in the talk, but he just lumped things together. He separated them by decoration type and then by body, by part of vessel. And so I have all the polychrome sherds, rim sherds are together in one lot in the museum, without any reference to provenience outside. They came from one of the three caves. So it's all mixed. I've lost all the context of it, and I've tried to track down journals. I've tried to track down anything to help me kind of figure out some of those questions. But unfortunately, it seems like in the 1920s that he didn't record that kind of information. It's just not there. So it's really disappointing to see. We've done some excavations in the front of Cave A. Cave B, if you've been up to Frio Cave, as you drive by, you'll see Cave B it's right on the side of the road, and it's a hole in the ground, and that's pretty much the entire cave. And even that, Mason said there was almost nothing in there except for undecorated, non-diagnostic sherds. And then Cave C, which is Frio Cave, he talks about that in 1928, that the ledge, if you go into that cave, the ledge that you walk in on, that looks up above the beach, that was filled with ceramics. And today there's almost nothing left. And so I haven't spent much time working in that cave, just because it's a tourist cave. There's not a lot of room to walk around. I don't want to open up a couple excavation units and have tourists tumble down the hill or tumble into the unit. So, but it's kind of speaks to the preservation of the integrity of the site since it was recorded in 1928. That it seems to be that a lot of what was there is no longer there. So again, I don't have enough data either from Mason or from my work to really say anything about patterns in that cave.
Cave A, though, is interesting. And Mason actually does talk about the difference between the assemblages of Cave A and Cave C. In Cave C, the big one, Rio Frio Cave, he does mention that there's a lot more polychrome in there. And Cave A has a lot of jars and jar fragments. And as you go into the cave, there's all these nooks and crannies that are just filled, absolutely filled with broken jar sherds. But I take that with I wouldn't say that I don't have enough data yet to talk about those kinds of patterns. Again, you go into Cave A, it's as far back as you go into the cave, there's people are scratching their names into the formations. It's a really heavily visited cave also, and it's also unprotected. So I haven't done quite enough yet to look at different patterns, but it does seem, at least what Mason talks about, that there's more jars in Cave A, and then more polychrome in Cave C. But again, I take that kind of with it was 1920s, so maybe there's a pattern, but we'll see.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. I think there might be some commonalities in terms of maybe what Ms. Yasmini is experiencing in the Chiquibul area with what you have shared about the Rio Frio area. Proximity-wise, it is relatively near to each other within the Kaya district, but also I think what I appreciated from both the presentations was some of that mention of the early research that occurred there and the broader implications that would have in terms of heritage management, in terms of engagement, and really trying to draw those connections to what early archaeology looked like, the gaps in the data and research that have resulted in it, by some extent the impact that has had on communities, because I think those memories of what early archaeology was like is still maybe 2 or 3 generations removed in our social memories. And so very, very sort of deep conversations in terms of heritage management, but also what the archaeological record looks like and what you can piece together moving forward. And 2, introducing Colha into this, I think Colha being one of the earlier sites where we have, fairly well documented early research from that area, but adding the Postclassic to that and to the questions of heritage management. So I'm absolutely thrilled with this panel. I do have another question, and again, Dr. Spenard, I think for Ms. Yasmini, and I think because of how the possible similarities within the research that you're both doing in this area. But Dr. Spenard asks, if there is any idea as to who may have been using the Chiquibul caves, and that he knows some caves like Nahtunish and those around the Rash Ruha in Guatemala have been interpreted as long-distance pilgrimage destinations. And so he imagines there may be some past Maya communities in the area that were likely using the cave often. But also with the size of the caverns, it may seem that the caves would have drawn in visitors from far away. So I don't know if any of that type of research has been done, Yasmini, within your area.
Concerning that question, well, so far what we had documented with who was leading for the USDOI was Ms. Savannah Agardi. So she was the archaeologist, and most of our ceramic collections were listed under a classic period. So apart from that, where we did have our campsite during the 5 days course that we were there within the Chiquibul cave system, which was specifically Aktun Kapal, what we noted was that there were a few terraces as well as a few mounds around that specific area. So there was a small settlement there at some point. And we know as well a few kilometers away from the cave, we have the Karst Management Unit have been collecting data as well, where they have documented other smaller sites too. Not much research has been conducted within that area. So far in the 80s, the data collection was basically just in terms of hydrology. And the archaeologist leading that expedition in terms of the archaeology component was Dr. McNutt. So he was the one collecting that data within the 80s. Since then, there hasn't been any archaeological collection from since the 80s up to this point when we are FCD along with, of course, archaeology and the USDOI, that they assisted us to do that in more of a documentation research. And that was aiming for most of the archaeology component based on only the frontal chamber, which was within Acton Cabal, which is the Chiquibull chamber that we know that was named within the 80s documentation. Of course, Acton Cabal has different locales, which we know, which was documented within the 80s, and that was also explored by Dr. Thomas Miller along with Dr. McNutt. So they documented different areas within which they listed under locales for the Cabal section, which were the high alcoves, sea caves, and all of those things were documented, but they weren't really much specific when it came to the archaeology component. So what we noted during our research was that some of the what they were documenting within the 80s are still, we are still documenting them now. And one of the good examples was the burial, which was located within the Chiquibull chamber. And that is still there preserved. It's fully preserved. It hasn't been tampered with. Of course, we have, as I mentioned in my presentation, there's one in a high alcove where we had documented, and it wasn't within the 80s documentation, where one of the pots have been tampered already with. And of course, there has been looting within the cave within the past few years. But so far, for the Chiquibull chamber, well, the entire Cabal, there is still much to be done there in terms of archaeology, in terms of the biological, because we don't really know much of the biology component of the CCS as well, and as well as the hydrology that we have there. So that's it. I guess that answers the question.
Thank you. Yes, it does, absolutely. And it's great to hear that there are some areas that still have relatively, or preservation that's relatively intact. That is warming to hear. If you sort of are aware of what unsolicited visits and sort of the interruptions to cultural heritage and the impact that that has had within some areas, and looting in general. So that's wonderful to hear. Thank you for sharing that, Ms. Yasmini. As we move on to sort of the final questions within this segment, and perhaps drawing from our keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Walden, and sort of the questions that he left us with, I'd sort of invite our panelists this morning to maybe offer some last words or reflections, either about their research or sort of those calls to action from Dr. Walden in terms of management or in terms of engagement or inclusivity in the projects. And I will say this especially, highlighting and affirming that FCD is one of the few organizations that do have an archaeologist on staff as a cultural heritage management specialist, but also my familiarity with the other projects and the level of engagement that they have done with communities. So I turn it over to you all for perhaps last words or reflections, or even other calls to action. Perhaps Dr. Adam, if any?
Yeah, sure. I can go first. My project is very much like in its infancy. This was my first year being a project director and working at Colha as project director. And a really important part of establishing this project was community collaboration, of making sure that the community members feel like they are also part of the project, and really collaborating with community members to make sure that they're informed and they're also guiding how the project is being done. And in the future, trying to have even more community practice in archaeology, I think is a really important tenet for the project that I'm hoping to continue on and see it evolve in different ways over the next however long I keep doing archaeology at Colha.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And for public inclusion within archaeology. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. Perhaps Ms. Yasmini, and then we close up with Dr. Spenard.
So just to finalize, for the audience, we here at FCD, as Ms. Sylvia had mentioned, we are the only organization that has been active within the Chiquibu National Park when it comes to archaeological component, as well as the exploration and documentation of any cultural and as well as any natural features within the national park. So far, our guys within the field, which is the CARS management unit, they have been doing an excellent job, and kudos to them. Of course, our work continues. There is much more to explore, much more to document, and so far we would like to thank the Institute of Archaeology as well, because without them we wouldn't be able to do any management within the national park, of course, in terms of archaeological component. So we continue our work, and we are. I'm grateful that we have been invited to this symposium, and hopefully we can continue on with providing the audience with much more of our research and as well as our collection that we are doing within the national park.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yasmini, and of course for your mention of the Institute of Archaeology niche, and to hear of public-private partnerships in terms of management of our archaeological and cultural heritage. Thank you. And we round off with Dr. Spenard.
Right, thanks, Sylvia. For me, I think this particular part of my project, getting this information out to the community and presenting it to Belize was of the utmost importance for me, because it was a collection that's been more or less sitting on a shelf in a museum for almost a century now. And the fact that it was not well published, there's a loss of Belize's cultural heritage there. So for me, I have research interest in it, but of course, because that's where my project started. But it's Belize's cultural heritage, and to have a chance to know about it. And for me, it also speaks to this project speaks to the benefit of looking at museums. Right? Archaeology is a destructive science, and there's been talk for decades about there's a lot in museums that we can use to learn about the past. There's problems with it, the lack of record keeping, especially from a project that's a century old at this point, or the lack of records. One of the things I didn't get a chance to talk about was really interesting is that Mason actually brought down a video camera, and he did some video recordings. And so I only got a chance to see them really briefly, but I can actually go and eventually get the video recording to see where he was excavating Cave C and actually locate some of his work. But there's a lot of information in museums right now, and I would recommend also that archaeologists look there, and interested public look there. I know that the High Foundation Museum of American Indian, I mentioned, really prolific collector. Gustav High was a prolific collector. He worked a lot with Thomas Gahn, who might be familiar with, Thomas Gahn worked a lot for the High Foundation. And I know there's quite a few I came across during record searches and whatnot, that a lot of the artifacts that he collected are at the NMAI also, at the Cultural Resource Center. So I would recommend folks from Belize looking to the NMAI when things are open again up here. They are a federal museum, and to learn more about the cultural heritage. And that museum is I mentioned it again at the very end of the talk that they're doing museum work the right way. They're really interested in reconnecting communities, descendant communities with their past, and so it's a really great opportunity. I would urge Belizeans to look to the NMAI for learning more about their cultural heritage as well.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Spenard, both for sort of that awareness about the museum and, of course, for the discussions around legacy collections within museums and the research that can come out of that. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Dr. Adam. Thank you, Ms. Manzanera. And thank you, Dr. Spenard. That brings us to a close for both this segment and the question and answer portion of this morning's session, but also for our first morning session of the Culture Symposium, Culture 2025. Again, thank you very much to our presenters. As we move to close this session, we will go into lunch. So we would like to thank our viewers for tuning in this morning, and we hope that everyone tunes in here at 1 o'clock, both on YouTube and on Facebook after our lunch break. Our next session will be titled Early Community and Identity Formation, again in Belize. So continuing on with those thematic areas around archaeology. But again, this brings us to the end of our morning session for Culture 2025. Thank you very much to our presenters. Thank you very much to our viewers. And we will move into lunch, and we hope to see you all here at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, everybody, and see you this afternoon.
Well done.
There.
Hello, my name is Yahaira, and I presented at the Belize Culture Symposium in 2022. People should tune in to the Belize Culture Symposium because the Heritage Education Network of Belize really created a space and a platform for people from across the country who, as long as they have the project, the platform, the mindset, the vision to preserve and evolve our culture here in Belize, that they can share that with the wider community. It's always very interesting and insightful presentations that when you are finished from watching or tuning into the Culture Symposium, you have that vigor to want to contribute to the preservation of culture. Preparing for the Culture Symposium in 2022, honestly, I did not see myself presenting, honestly, but I had met April Martinez, who was my coworker at the time, and she encouraged me to submit an abstract after explaining to me how 5 Minutes with D and culture links. And honestly, that opened my mind, and I went for it, and I created my presentation, Impact, Influence, and Innovation, showcasing how an online talk show that focuses on entrepreneurship sheds light on the promotion of culture, which is literally our everyday way of life. I would encourage anybody, as long as you have the vision, as long as you have that passion for Belizean culture, to preserve it for future generations, to evolve it with the times that we're living in with technology, to see how we can shed light on the different perspective on culture. I would tell you, go for it, because this platform will allow you to speak freely about how you connect with our Belizean culture.
Well, make sure you tune in to the 2025 Culture Symposium from October 29th to the 31st.
And it will also be online. You can watch it on YouTube or Facebook on the Heritage Education Network Belize page there.
This is the culture.
Heritage Education Network Belize Culture Symposium, Community Issues and Innovative Practices. Make sure you join with our Facebook and YouTube. I want to there, you better be there.
Ala we know that you are there.
Hello, my name is Felicita Cantun Amaya from Northern Belize. Every year I join the symposium because it's a space where we celebrate and reclaim the richness of Belizean and indigenous heritage. For me, sharing knowledge about my Maya culture, traditions, and spirituality is not only about the past, it's about keeping our identity alive for future generations. I invite you to watch the Culture Symposium because it brings together voices, stories, and wisdom across Belize and beyond. It is a place to learn, to reflect, and to feel proud of who we are. Culture is who we are, and when we honor it, we honor ourselves. Thank you.
Well, make sure you tune in to the 2025 Culture Symposium from October 29th to the 31st.
And it will also be online. You can watch it on YouTube or Facebook on the Heritage Education Network Belize page there.
This is the culture.
Welcome back. Good afternoon. It is the second session of day one of the Belize Culture Symposium 2025. And we hope that you enjoyed our morning sessions on exploring Belize's past, ancient Maya life ways. And of course, thank you so much for returning and joining us right here on the Heritage Education Network Belize pages, whether you're here on Facebook or YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. And please don't forget to support HENB and the Culture Symposium by volunteering your time and participating in these sessions. Be sure to ask questions by dropping them in our comment section below, and we will be issuing them right here on our live. We are kicking off this afternoon with our thematic session on early community and identity formation. This session, we see bridges within different anthropological fields formulating as we come to understand Belize's multi-ethnic foundations. Please don't forget, again, to tune in and ask questions. Share your contacts for future collaborations with our presenters today. Our first presentation is by returning presenter Mrs. Myrtle Palacio. Myrtle Palacio holds a Bachelor of Science in Accounting and Business Management and a Master of Science in Urban Studies with a specialization in social planning. She has participated in several primary research initiatives exploring politics, culture, and urban studies, sharing her findings through conference presentations and publications. Her works include Electoral Politics, The Naked Truth, and Adugu Harani, A Walk Through Garifuna Spirituality, both presented in 2011, as well as the primer on The People Called Garifuna, The Things You Always Wanted to Know, published in 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, here is Myrtle Palacios' presentation, A People's Story from Enslavement and Indigeneity to Kalingo and Garinagu.
A good day to all, Mabuga. Introduction. Almost all the stories of my people, the Garifuna of Belize, are authored by others whose perspectives are alien to our customs. Our traditional stories are rarely documented, not triangulated, and often forgotten. A People's Story captures information from my 2024 booklet, The Premiere on the People Called Garifuna. It relates the history of Belizean Garifuna from the Amazon to the Caribbean, to Roatan and Trujillo, to the settlement, 1799, through to Belize at 1981. It highlights data often downplayed as the teachers who educated Belize from the 1880s also introduced new data about the presence of the Garinagu in the expansion of the settlement to the Sarstoon. The term Carib was applied to native Indians of the Caribbean islands by colonizers in the 1500s who perceived them as savages. This was intended to break people of their humanity. In 1635, Raymond Breton, a French Jesuit missionary, reported that the native Indians introduced themselves as Kalipuna, Kalinagu, not Carib. A People's Story utilizes Kalipuna, Kalinagu, and later Garifuna, Garinagu under 4 captions: Who, Genocide, Advocacy, and Contribution to Nation Building. Who are they? Amerindians, Arawaks, and Kalinagu. According to the Bering Strait theory, some 30,000 years ago, groups of Amerindians, including the Kalinagu and Arawaks, crossed the Bering Strait from Eastern Asia and traveled from Alaska to South America at 1500 BC. Later, they migrated from the tropical forests of the lower Orinoco in northern South America by canoe to the islands of the Eastern Caribbean by 1200 AD, long before the Europeans arrived. They were skilled agriculturalists and fisherfolk, adept at pottery and boat making. Over the years, they formed varying groups throughout these islands. The Arawaks and Kalinagu settled in Dominica and St. Vincent. Due to the mountainous terrain, they lived on these islands undisturbed by Europeans for over 400 years. The Kalinagu were dominant and overtook the Arawaks through conquest and mating. The offspring identified as Kalinagu and assimilated each other's culture. They were nurtured at birth by the mothers, who were predominantly Arawakan, and acquired the mother's tongue. At puberty, the boys went with the fathers, who taught them their trades and language. Hence, there is a slight distinction between the language of the male and female. Enslaved West Africans. Colonialists planned a labor system of enslavement called the transatlantic slave trade. They forcibly enslaved West Africans, robbing them of their freedom, dignity, heritage, and life. They transported them to America via the Middle Passage, shackled as human cargo, and crammed into boats below deck. From 1525 to 1886, some 12.5 million West Africans were enslaved and moved to America. Some 60% came to Central America and the Caribbean. Islands of the Eastern Caribbean were colonized using enslaved persons to work the plantations. The exception was Dominica and St. Vincent due to the thickly forested and mountainous terrain of these countries. Britain abolished the slave trade in 1807. Emancipation in this region was August 1, 1838. Black Kalinago, formation of a new people. By 1646, the presence of Africans in St. Vincent was documented. Two sources of African peoples to St. Vincent were runaway enslaved peoples from Barbados and captives from island raids by the Kalinago themselves. The island's thickly wooded mountainous environment was an escape route from enslavement. By 1700, the Africans and Kalinago had intermixed, and their offspring formed a new people in St. Vincent called the Black Kalinago. They assimilated each other's culture. From the Kalinago, the Amerindian foods, language, spirituality, and agricultural techniques. Ancestral celebration was West African, with some strong parallels in spiritual beliefs with the Bantu. The language is Arawakan-based, with some influences from the French and West Africans. The Kalinago, who had not yet mixed with African peoples, were called the Yellow Kalinago. Three peoples were now living in relative harmony in St. Vincent: Black Kalinago, Yellow Kalinago, and French settlers. The French came from French colonized islands of Martinique and St. Lucia and carved out small holdings for diversified farming. The Kalinago perceived them as trade partners and as allies against the British. Genocide, encroachment of the British on St. Vincent. The first attempt of British intrusion on St. Vincent in 1708 failed due to resistance from the Kalinago. Other unsuccessful efforts, including 1713 Treaty of Utrecht, the British tried to escalate explorations. 1748 agreement among Europeans to establish an Indian territory to declare St. Vincent and Dominica neutral was rescinded in 1763 with the Treaty of Paris. 1764 to 1770, intense efforts to survey large tracts of lands were rejected by the Kalinago. By 1772, British escalated plans to eradicate the Kalinago as per a letter from Earl of Hillsborough to the governor of St. Vincent, April 8. And I open quote, "If necessary, demand the removal of the Caribs. You do take up such vessels and convey them to some unfrequented part of the coast of Africa or such adjacent island," close quote. The end game for the British was to rid St. Vincent of the Kalinago. This led to several skirmishes and the Carib War. Carib War, 1795 to 1797. Kalinago were led by Joseph Chatouillet, assisted by French allies led by French mulatto revolutionary Victor Hughes with men, food, and ammunition. The British were now in full force, having concerns after the successful Haitian Revolution in 1791. The Kalinago were ambushed in June 1796 at Dorsetshire Hill, Chatouillet having been killed in a duel earlier. They surrendered June 10, 1796. Many were killed, and their stores, homes, farms were burnt and plundered by the British. In October 1796, 4,200 Black Kalinago, 102 Yellow Kalinago, 44 Africans were forcibly moved to Baliceau, a barren, rocky island off St. Vincent. On March 11, 1797, 50% remained as many died of diseases. They were dumped on the coast of Roatan, arriving on April 12, 1797, with 2,000 alive. They brought with them food, plants, rum, tools, cloth, and ammunition. By September 23, 1797, 4 months after arriving in Roatan, 75% of the Kalinago had moved to Trujillo. They populated 20 communities in Central America around the Bay of Honduras, from Stan Creek to Black River. Some adopted Hispanic names and others maintained French surnames. Kalinagu, Kalipuna gradually changed to Garinagu, Garifuna due to regional linguistic differences. Over 2 million Africans were decimated at the hands of the British during the transatlantic slave trade. Over 60% Kalinagu, Garinagu perished under siege by the British until Roatan. Advocacy, surviving in the settlement. Piracy became illegal, so the buccaneers as settlers moved in the Belize River settlement to extract logwood. The logwood was in Spanish territory, and 18th century Britain and Spain were constantly at war on the question of sovereignty. The Treaty of 1763 gave Britain limited rights to cut logwood, but the Spanish maintained sovereignty. War broke out in 1779, and the settlement was abandoned until peace was restored in 1783. The Treaty of Versailles of 1783 and the 1786 Convention of London permitted the settlers to continue logwood extraction limited to the Sabine River in the south. Agriculture and fortification were not permitted. By 1799, the Garinagu had arrived into the settlement looking for employment. They were held with suspicion by the British, who later enacted laws against hiring them. However, the settlers and the Spanish needed their skills. They were recruited by the Spanish to move goods, arms, escaped slaves along the coast in their long dugout canoes and as paid soldiers. They were useful to the settlers, who ignored all covenants and restrictions to expand the logwood extraction further south into Spanish territory. To them, the Garinagu were valuable as laborers and to maintain a presence, possibly as human buffer during the Spanish incursions. The advantage to the Garinagu was that they were free to live their culture away from the brutal rules of the British. The settlers illegally continued extracting logwood to Deep River by 1799 and early 1800s to Stand Creek, 1806 to Rio Grande north of Punta Gorda, and 1814 Moho River south of Punta Gorda. The Garinagu were therefore part of the expansion of the settlement to the present southern boundary. The settlement became the colony of British Honduras in 1862, Crown Colony in 1871, self-governing in 1963, and independent in 1981. The name British Honduras was changed to Belize in 1973. Championing Christianity. The Catholic missionaries were impactful in Trujillo, which continued to the colony. The missionaries expressed intolerance for African Amerindian cultures, so attacks on Garifuna heritage were relentless. By the 1880s, men were recruited and trained as teachers and catechists to expand Roman Catholicism in very remote areas of Belize. They, open quote, waded in belly-deep swamps to get to teaching force, traversed rough seas, forded flooded rivers, and entered virgin jungle to nurture the brains of Belizean children, close quote, A. Caetano. Garifuna communities were left leaderless for months at a time to educate and spread Roman Catholicism. Garifuna educators paid the ultimate price with their lives, a service that has not been fully recognized. Surviving on the Crown Colony. Garinagu held the monopoly on small-scale transportation from 1825 to 1870 to carry goods and arms along the coast for both Spanish and British. After the bust of logwood, the banana industry became lucrative. Men moved into the banana loading 1899 to 1901 in Tela with the United Fruit Company, 1911 in Trujillo, 1924 with the Standard Fruit Company. Garinagu worked on the docks, railroad, machine shops, and plantations, and also traveled to the US as loaders, cooks, and skilled seamen. A list of trades, 1897 to 1910, included rubber bleeder, shoemaker, tailor, mercantile clerk, sea captain, contractor, carpenter. Between 1904 and 1914, men were recruited to work in the construction of the Panama Canal. 1939 to 1945, they traveled to Scotland to contribute to the World War II effort. Benito Guerrero was appointed alcalde, but that governance system failed due to the individualistic nature of the Garinagu. Agitating for people's development and Garifuna spiritualism. The Garinagu were in the forefront of Garveyism, the 1914 UNIA movement. G.A. Nunes held the presidency for the local chapter. They advocated for change through the Unemployment Brigade led by Antonio Soberanes in 1932, Suffragette Movement 1949 to 1952, General Workers' Union Movement to 1954. This resulted in the 1951 constitutional change, which removed stringent vote qualifiers such as land ownership, leading to the first free election of 1954. Nathaniel Cacho was elected and became a member of the Legislative Council. They also formed social and economic community organizations, such as the Carib International Sick and Burial Fund Society and Carib Development Society, both in 1924. The Dabuyaba is the spirit of Garifuna spirituality. For decades, families converged from near and far to the Dabuyaba in Dangriga to participate in the healing ceremony called Dugu. The caretaker for the Dabuyaba was Balvina Velasquez Cacho until her death in 1961 Hurricane Hattie at the age of 96. For decades, she was targeted by the Roman Catholic Church for refusing to close down the Dabuyaba. She eventually removed her children from the Roman Catholic schools. While the Dabuyaba was destroyed in Hurricane Hattie, it was immediately replaced in another location. Agitating for recognition and decolonization efforts. Garinagu demanded to be recognized for their contributions to Belize. Several leaders emerged, and the three who headed this effort were Catarino Bengoche, Thomas V. Ramos, and Montejo Avaloy. The petition was signed November 16, 1941 by all three. November 19, 1943 was declared a public and bank holiday in the South, then countrywide in 1975. Other advocacy efforts in 1975 were November 19th to be celebrated on the day itself, a name change from Stand Creek Town to Dangriga, a name change from Black Carib to Garifuna, Garinagu. Then on May 18, 2001, the Garifuna language, dance, and music were proclaimed Masterpiece of Oral Intangible Heritage of Humanity by UNESCO. The November 19th endeavor has been attributed to T.V. Ramos as the sole leader. This narrative is not accurate. Contribution to nation building. Garinagu were hands-on in every facet of the development of this Belize. They were instrumental to the expansion of the settlement to the present southern boundary while working as logwood cutters for the settlers. They were vanguards in the evolution of Belize's governance and broadening of democracy from colony to independence as members of the Legislative Council from 1954 to the Legislative Assembly 1961, National Assembly 1963 and 1981, until the parliamentary election of 2020. Garinagu educated Belize. From the 1880s, they traversed to extreme rural areas. Garifuna educators paid the ultimate price with their lives to educate Belize and spread Roman Catholicism. A. Cayetano. All Belizeans are beneficiaries of this major struggle. As such, we all celebrate November 19th, Garifuna Settlement Day. Lastly, the slave trade was intended to make commodities of humans. Enslavement began at the time of capture. Garinagu are an amalgam of two peoples, Amerindians and enslaved Africans in St. Vincent. As Amerindians, they claim indigeneity. The DNA of my sibling shows she's 85% African from 8 peoples and 15% Amerindian, which is synonymous to Afro-Caribbean peoples of Belize, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Itarala.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Myrtle, for that wonderful presentation. And just a reminder to all of our viewers to please, if you have any questions, make sure that you place them in our comment section below. Our next presentation for the second half of our afternoon session will be done by Dr. Melissa Johnson. Dr. Melissa Johnson has been conducting ethnographic and historical research in Belize since 1990, with a particular focus on the village of Crooked Tree and Lemonal, and more broadly, the communities of the lower Belize River Valley. She is also married into the Bonner family of Lemonal. Dr. Johnson is the author of Becoming Creole, Nature and Race in Belize, and has published numerous articles on Belize, including her most recent work on Taiga Camp, available through the Journal of Latin American and Caribbean Anthropology. We will now hear from Dr. Melissa Johnson's presentation, Early Belizean Social History, the Case of the Crawford Family.
Thank you to the Kulcha organizers for including me in this year's symposium. This talk is a small part of a much larger research project focused on the early history of British Central America. I have been conducting ethnographic research in Afro-Caribbean Creole communities in Belize since the 1990s, and I'm also married into the social world whose history this project explores. The people I am interested in, however, are nearly invisible in the standard archival record. This absence is generally true for subaltern populations, and especially true in Belize, where historical records were routinely lost between hurricanes and colonial neglect of a place that the British Empire was relatively uninterested in. In this talk, I put together bits and pieces from multiple record sources to describe the origin of the Crawford family, a family whose story illustrates broader patterns in the social and environmental history of Belize. This audience knows Belize's logwood and mahogany history. I will simply remind you that the late 1700s were also a time marked by conflict. European powers fought for control of land and trade, and Spain did not appreciate English presence on the Caribbean coast of the continent that it claimed. Europeans' forced migration and enslavement of African-descended peoples resulted in what Vincent Brown calls the Long War of the Enslaved against the Slavers. And this place remained the home of multiple different indigenous peoples who had different strategies for dealing with these European incursions. The first Crawfords in British Central America were neither the wealthiest nor the poorest. From early on, its members were people of color involved in the woodcutting industry. Most free people in the late 1700s on the British coast of Central America were part of a middle strata, defined by only a few enslaved people. Both free of color and white people owned slaves, and as time passed, the number of free people of color surpassed the number of white people. From early on, the number of enslaved people, primarily but not exclusively people of African descent, outnumbered all free people. For example, in a 1789 census taken in Belize just after the evacuation from the Mosquito Shore, there were 2,177 enslaved people and 738 free people. This population was distributed across 162 households. Of these, 30 households owned no enslaved people, 100 owned under 20, and only 32, the top fifth, owned more than 20. Lawrence Crawford was in the bay and the shore in the 1700s. I do not know a lot about him. I do not know where he was born or from, if he was white, or like many others in this part of the world at this time, had a white father and a black or perhaps indigenous or both mother. The first thing I do know is that he fathers a child of color, or partly African descended, George, in approximately 1737. George's mother was likely an enslaved person at some point in her life. I suspect that George was born in the bay. In 1755, when Lawrence's son George was likely 18, Lawrence purchased a piece of land, a works, in a place that today is still associated with the surname Crawford and is part of Crooked Tree Village. This works was surrounded by lagoons and was primarily sandy pine savanna, with occasional keys or copses of dense subtropical hardwoods. It would have been an ideal location for logwood extraction and periodic cutting of larger hardwoods. According to colonial law and agreements between Spain and England, British people were specifically forbidden from buying land at this point in time. Clearly, these laws had little sway over day-to-day activity in the bay. Notably, this claim held up in court 60 years later in 1815. When they were cutting logwood, Lawrence and George and their crew would have lived nearby, cutting and bundling the wood in the dry season and waiting for the rains to come in the wet seasons, when they could float the bundles down the northern lagoon, into Black Creek, and into Old Belize River and out to the river's mouth, where traders and merchants would purchase the wood and sail it off to elsewhere in the Atlantic world to sell. The woodcutters would have lived in pimenta and thatch houses with marl flooring, snug and dry accommodations that are easy and quick to build. They lived on fish and game and turtles, as well as the cattle and pigs left by earlier European visits. They made use of wild plants and fruits, and they planted small agricultural plots with plantains, cassava, sweet potato, and other foods. With the cash they received from selling logwood, they could purchase flour, salted meats, the tools and goods they needed for woodcutting, and other British goods offered by the trading ships visiting the river's mouth. They might have occasionally indulged in coffee, chocolate, or tea, and certainly would have purchased rum from the Sugar Islands. Lawrence may have worked alongside other free men like himself, but likely also owned a number of enslaved people who worked and also lived with him, likely men and women. A year after he purchased the land, in 1756, he wrote a manumission paper for an enslaved woman he owned, who he identified as his faithful companion Phoebe. She was to be freed after his death. 3 years later, in 1759, he had recently left Pearl Key Lagoon, a spot on the southernmost portion of the Mosquito Shore. A paper record shows him settling debts with other Honduras woodcutters and using enslaved African and Indian people as well as cash to do so, and settling with people at the moment located in Jamaica and Black River. 5 years later, in 1764, Lawrence died and his property passed to George. When exactly Phoebe first felt freedom, I do not know, but in 1773, 11 years after Lawrence died, she was living at Black River and herself purchasing enslaved people. In her will, she gave her son, George Lewis, who was living in Jamaica, property that she owned in the Bay of Honduras. This is intriguing and suggests that she might have been accumulating property in Belize while she was enslaved. She gave the remainder of her estate to another previously enslaved Black woman, Lucy Partridge, a thriving businesswoman at Black River. Lawrence and Phoebe illustrate how people, both free and enslaved, lived their lives across places, the Bay, different parts of the shore, and Jamaica in this instance. Their stories show how people lived their lives without much regard to official policy and law. Lawrence and Phoebe also illustrate kin-making across lines of slavery, and Lawrence's manumission of Phoebe and her elevation to a propertied woman. And finally, Phoebe was an example of how Black women were often assisting other Black women, which we will see again in Lawrence's grandchildren. In the same year that Lawrence recorded the manumission paper in Belize, 1756, his now 19-year-old son George became privy to a transaction that mattered to him. George was concerned about the situation of an enslaved Negro woman named Juba. Another young man, Charles Jeffries, also a man of color and son to George Jeffries, the foreman of one of the largest woodcutting operations in the Bay, the Lowrys, was purchasing Juba. But the Lowrys put a condition on this. Charles could not dispose of Juba without the Lowrys' approval. It appears that this might have been the wish of George and Juba, for 12 years later, in 1768, George and Juba's daughter Celia was manumitted by the Lowrys. In 1774, 6 years after Celia's manumission, George moved to Black River, where he stayed for the next 13 years. It is not clear why he left Belize. There had been no recent Spanish raids. Enslaved people attacked and killed 6 British men upriver in 1773. The attackers were apprehended, tortured, and hanged. Perhaps that was a spur. Or perhaps he was following Juba. The Lowrys were living at Black River at this point. Once he was on the shore in 1774, at Christmas, as if a Christmas gift, George purchased Juba from the Lowrys for £100. He then manumitted Juba and the 3 daughters she had for him, Celia, Olive, and Phoebe. That Celia was mentioned here again was not uncommon. Often manumissions were made, but then not honored, or the paper lost, or perhaps George just wanted to underscore that Celia was free. George remained at Black River for 13 years, until the evacuation back to Belize. He was described in a 1786 census as heading a household that contained 3 other free people, 12 enslaved people, and 5 pit pans or boats. He likely made a living during his time at Black River by providing transport services with his boats, and may have leased out some of the enslaved people he owned, which was a typical way people who owned just a few enslaved people could ensure a steady inflow of cash. Just after the census was taken, George joined others evacuating the shore and returned to the Bay of Honduras. It is not clear what happened to George in Juba, but he was connected at least to their daughter Celia, as she lived in his household in numerous censuses in future years. I will return to her later. When George Crawford returned to the Bay in 1787, he almost immediately became interlinked with Edward Despard, the British colonial official who oversaw the evacuation of the shore and then served as superintendent for British Honduras. Despard was removed from this position in part because of his egalitarian inclinations. George Crawford aligned early with Despard, joining other men of color in advocating for those who were less white and less wealthy. Crawford's interests, however, were divided. By the time he died in 1817, he had a substantial estate in which the greatest value was in enslaved people. In 1791, at the age of 54 and 4 years after returning to Belize, George recorded the manumission of another child that he fathered with a different enslaved woman, Phoebe, who again he did not own. As with Juba before, Phoebe was connected to a woodcutting works near to his in Belize, and the initial manumission was of their child, Lawrence, who was identified as Sambo by George, suggesting that Phoebe was part indigenous. In 1794, 3 years later, George paid £100 to purchase Phoebe. 2 years later, he freed Phoebe and their daughter Anne. At some point, Phoebe became his household companion, and he gave her an annuity for life in the will he wrote shortly before he died in 1817, 23 years later. Over the course of his life, George pursued wealth, but he used his wealth and connections to free 7 people in total, in the way of making family. He partnered with enslaved women who he did not own, and who themselves appeared to move between multiple owners. He first had children by them, manumitted the eldest child, and then manumitted the mother and additional children. He was politically engaged for the cause of equal treatment for persons of color, and his networks of connections spanned lines of color, race, class, and enslavement. He lived back and forth between the bay and the shore, and his life intersected with a dense layering of social networks in this place that continues today. George Crawford's children started their life as enslaved persons who were manumitted in their youth by a father of means. Each one has an interesting story. I share 2 small details from the lives of 2, and then we'll delve a bit more into the life of Celia, his eldest. Olive, his second child by Juba, herself partnered with Charles Jeffries, the young man of color who purchased Juba in the 1750s. Olive had a child with Jeffries and then afterwards partnered with a different man for the rest of her life. Crawford's only son, Lawrence, had children and shared a household with Susanna Price. In 1819, when he was likely in his late 30s, he was arrested alongside 3 enslaved men. The 4 men were charged with assaulting another man of color. Lawrence, as a free and light-skinned man, was fined. His enslaved and likely darker-skinned accomplices received the harsh but typical sentence of being lashed 39 times on their bare backs in public. The first record of Celia as a grown woman shows her connected to a man named Uriah Trapp in 1780. when she was likely in her late 20s. Uriah, born in 1751, was the black son of Ephraim Trapp and Clorinda, an enslaved woman who Ephraim owned. Ephraim himself was a white captain and logwood merchant from what is today Martha's Vineyard outside of Boston. In 1755, when he was in his mid-30s, Ephraim died aboard a ship, leaving behind Clorinda pregnant with twins. Ephraim's will freed Clorinda and her twins, providing they were his. One of these twins, Jane, would go on to become wealthy and influential. In 1787, just before the evacuation of Black River, Uriah, now aged 36, was listed as living in a household with 2 free people and 4 enslaved people. At some point in the next year, Celia and Uriah's child, George Trapp. Celia had Uriah's child, George Trapp. Uriah died shortly thereafter, and Celia had her father, George Crawford, appointed as the guardian of his grandson and namesake. Celia lived in her father's household and seemingly had no more children. Likely her son George died young as well. About 10 years later, she applied for a license to run a tavern. In the early 1800s, Celia was still managing Uriah's estate, and she and her half-brother Lawrence claimed 2 logwood works in Crooked Tree. Celia married later in life to Joseph Goff and left her estate to him in the first will she wrote in 1822. She revised that will and engaged in a hallmark activity of Black women in British Central America at this time, helping other Black women. Her new will gave her estate to Joseph Goff only to use until his death, and at that point her estate was to be split between 2 women of color, the daughters of her friend John Armstrong. This early history of the Crawford family shows how people of all social strata lived across places in the Atlantic world and lived within close social networks that reproduced themselves. And indeed, this long history of a dense layering of social networks characterizes these communities today. The people who made up these networks were African, European, and indigenous descended in their origins. The women featured in these networks were important players in this world and often supported each other as they were able. The stories also show how the accumulation of capital for some individuals was converted into kin-making through the manumission of enslaved people and through the networks of care that Black women created.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for that wonderful, wonderful presentation. Without further ado, we're going to continue on with our next presentation. I hope that you can all see me, and I hope that you can all hear me well. Right, so we are going to move into our next presentation, and that is Professor John Walden and his team over at Lower Dover. All right, so let's get started with Dr. Walden's presentation.
Hi there, I'm Dr. John Walden of Galen University and the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology. Joining me today, we have
Marielle Kulcha, Archives Officer 1 of the Belize Archives and Records Service.
We want to thank the organisers for putting on another wonderful culture symposium, and we're delighted to be here today to present to you our ongoing research which combines history and archaeology to understand the colonial period at Lower Dover in Cayo district. So a brief background to the colonial logging industry. Traditionally, logwood was being exported from British Honduras prior to the 7 Years' War, during which time the price became devalued and loggers began prioritising mahogany, which thrived further inland away from the waterways along which the logwood grew. So as loggers began moving further inland, this put them in direct contact with indigenous Maya groups living within British Honduras.
Lower Dover, as we know it today, is a small portion of what was originally the Mount Hope work. The area that is being excavated currently is situated at the confluence of the Belize River and Barton Creek. Okay, so what I have been doing from my end at the Belize Archives with the records is to try and trace basically the history of the Mount Hope area of which Lower Dover is a part of. And so what we have done is gone into the records to see what we can ascertain of the people who were there and what they were doing there. So from what we have gathered is we know that before 1787, it was a logging work. It was being used as a logging work. They were extracting logwood and then later on moving on to mahogany. The land had passed through several owners from that date all the way up until the 1960s when the government took it over. But what we have been seeing consistently from the records is that the land itself was always used for the extraction of some kind of timber up until about the 1920s when it changed to pasture land and farming.
One of the first major historical events that impacted the region was the Enslaved People's Revolt of 1820, which was led by William Sharper. This began over in the Roaring Creek area, where 40 enslaved peoples bravely rose up against their overlords, although this spread up the Belize River to the Barton Creek.
And we get a really good account of this event from Edward Main, who was actually living at Mount Hope at the time. He writes a letter to the magistrates on the 18th explaining what he experienced on his time at the bank. He speaks to the fact that the men went to the bank, broke open his stores, stole all the provisions, and basically slaughtered all the cattle that he had and left them to rot in the pasture. 2 of his men actually joined the rebellion.
Many of the events we're discussing today can be set against the broader backdrop of the caste war in Quintana Roo and Yucatan. The British colonial regime were largely arming the Khrushchev Mayas who were fighting against the Mexican government. And the Mexican government, in turn, were arming the Icaiche or the Pacifico Mayas based at Chichen Ha. As British loggers increasingly started to claim further inland territories in order to log the mahogany, this saw them encroaching on the territories which were traditionally considered Maya. This saw Mayas raiding across the border of British Honduras, and over time saw the splintering off of an Icaiche faction from Chichen Ha, which moved down to San Pedro, Siris, Yolbach, and other communities, San Jose, in the northern part of Cayo district. Over time, tensions flared between these Maya groups and the British loggers based in the Belize Valley, and this ultimately culminated in a series of demands made by the Mayas as the British loggers penetrated further into Maya land, and saw a series of raids against the loggers based at the Mount Hope Works in 1867, and a simultaneous raid against Indian Church the same day.
What the records are showing us prior to the destruction of Mount Hope in February of 1867 is what actually the events that led up to it. We know that James Phillips was captured by the Icaiche while extracting on his mahogany work in Laboring Creek. The following day on the 5th, all the foremen employed by the Young Toledo and Company, who actually owned the land, receive letters from the head chief, Marcus Canol, basically instructing them that they needed to pay rents because they were logging on what they considered Maya land. Anticipating that there would be attacks on these gangs for non-payment, the company instructed a foreman to basically remove all the laborers, equipment, personal provisions that they could and take it to Orange Walk, which is a camp that is located around what is present-day Roaring Creek. This is also where the troops who were escorting Edward Llewellyn Reese would be stationed. On the 19th, they marched to San Pedro, where they were supposed to meet with the Indians there to try and formulate a plan of peace moving forward. That failed spectacularly. All the troops returned on the 20th, and by the 21st, all the laborers who were waiting there with the troops for safety actually abandon the area, and everybody leaves to Belize City, abandoning all the works. Now, looking at a more localized perspective of Mount Hope itself, we know that that is actually where Joseph Case's mahogany work was. We know that on the 13th, he left with his laborers to Orange Walk, but he left a couple men behind. From the reports that we get from both Edward Llewellyn Rees and the men left behind on the 19th, we know that they were actually surrounded by a number of these Ikaiche men while they were packing up their pit pan to leave. They talk about the fact that they ransacked the provision stores that they had. They opened up their bank chests and they stole a horse and some equipment. This is a small raid that happens there, but it is not actually the destruction itself. From the reports, we learned that the actual destruction of the work happens on the 4th of February, 1867. There were 2 attacks that were done, one on Indian Church and one on Mount Hope, when the camp itself was completely destroyed. This is not the first and it's not the last set of events that happens between these two groups. We know that in 1868, Marcus Canole once again is writing to the British stating that he has responsibility or ownership of these lands, and again exacting rents from the British.
Archaeological investigation of Lower Dover began in 2009 and mostly focused on the ancient Maya centre present. During his dissertation fieldwork at the site, Dr. Rafael Guerra noted the presence of historic ceramics and glass bottles down near the confluence of the Belize River and Barton Creek. More recently, I learnt the story of the Ikaiche destruction of the Mount Hope works from Don Hector Silva and Mr. Alfonso Zul, both of whom seemingly have visited the area in the 1970s. They told me that there might be some interesting history to be found in the area, and so in 2004 we started an archaeological metal detection survey to look for the historic component of the site. Archaeological metal detecting was used to define the edges of the historic period site. Dr. Sheldon Skaggs of the Bronx Community College conducted a low-frequency metal detecting survey using multiple transects laid out across the area. These were 1.5 metres wide and spread 10 metres apart. As artefacts were discovered, they were flagged and excavated. There was also a series of 1 by 1 metre test units placed. Overall, 3 large transects running north-south were carried out, including 1 running east-west, and then several more peripheral transects to delimit the edges of the site. The map on the right here shows the different artefacts that are clustered around, and it's pretty clear that it's a very dense configuration in the middle, and this comprises a lot of personal items, domestic items, some logging equipment, but surprisingly little logging equipment, but quite a surprising amount of weaponry. So while we know that the area that was Lower Dover was part of the Mount Hope mahogany works, it's quite hard to tie in with all these records that we have historically. So the logging items that we found today include a bearded axe on the lower right, several other axes, and what's called a log dog that was being used for chaining and transporting and hauling logs. Perhaps most surprisingly, we found a litany of weaponry strewn around the ground surface. Most of this was less than 10 centimetres, 15 centimetres deep, and this included two muzzle-loading closed breech black powder muskets, and you can see the barrels right at the top there. The percussion lock from 1840s Fowler musket, a cutlass, and probably 20 or 30 pieces of lead shot from muskets. In addition to this were a series of shorter knives, And so it was surprising how well armed the occupants of the site would have probably been. In addition to logging equipment and the weaponry, we found a multiplicity of domestic and personal items. This included a series of leather working scissors, clothing including belt buckles, small signet ring, part of a harmonica, some clay pipes, and a folding razor. In addition to this were a whole load of other items, including glass bottles, several metal cauldrons, lids, plates, pans, knives. On the right you can see a selection of the different pottery that we recovered from the site, and this included quite a lot of probably British-made Cornish porcelain with the willow pattern style. Most of these materials that we're talking about here date from the period of about 1840 onwards. We also this summer found a 1834 William IV silver 1.5 penny. This was minted for consumption at the colonies in the West Indies. And this, along with a lot of the other artifacts, including the ceramics, the weaponry, suggested that the large deposit that we seem to have encountered at the confluence probably formed some point between 1850 and 1880, based on the relative ages of the vast majority of the objects we've discovered. So the archaeological record and the historical record is really starting to converge to tell us just how rife violence was up and down the Belize River at this time, as enslaved peoples and indigenous peoples were fighting oppression on the part of the British colonial regime. This research is fundamental to really understanding the scope of the colonial oppression and the ways in which different groups resisted that oppression, as well as the extractive nature of the logging economy. To date, the function and the historical trajectory of the Lower Dover Historic Site remain quite unclear. It's almost certainly part of the Mount Hope works, but it seems to date from this later time period when the Mount Hope works were destroyed and when there's all this evidence of ongoing violence back and forth. We don't have good information about the earlier occupations that are documented so well in the archives, and so a future question will be really trying to tackle where are those elements of the site. In terms of future directions, what are you thinking?
Let's continue to dig. So that's the plan for the future direction. We're hoping to do a much vaster excavation of that area to see if there are other materials that we can find that would clear up some of the questions that we have now, or if that will result in other areas of interest, different time periods, things like that. And we're hoping to do that with students from Galen, with BVAR, and also the Community Archaeology project. Of course, we will continue looking through the archives to see what the official records are saying. I mean, it's such a vast number of dispatches of paper that needs to go through, information to weed through. And of course, community interviews is very important to see what the people who are living in the area remember of the time, or stories that have passed down through the generations, and using a combination of all three of these things to see if it can give us a clearer picture of what is actually happening here.
Thank you all very much for listening and watching. We'd like to thank the organisers of this fantastic symposium for putting on another fantastic show, and we'd like to thank all the people who make our work possible.
And we hope that you will join us next year as we give you a bit of more information of what the new season brings.
Apologies, my mic was muted. Like I said, thank you so much to all of our presenters. I now invite them to join me here on the stage to answer any sort of questions that you have, any sort of comments pertaining to presentations, or perhaps future collaborations that you would like to share with our panelists. So let me bring up Ms. Myrtle Palacio onto the stage, Dr. Melissa Johnson, Dr. John Walden. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. And I see that we have a few comments here already and some questions, so I'll just bring them up for you. So our first question is for Mrs. Myrtle Palacio, and that question is from Carolyn Dawson, and she wants to know if there is one specific dish that represents Garifuna culture.
We have several dishes that represent the Garifuna culture. But I would like to say that in terms of the meals that we make, ground food, cassava for cassava bread, for ereba, and plantains are used in most of our meals.
I think that the cassava is perhaps one of the ingredients that is most associated with the Garifuna culture, Mrs. Myrtle. Can you tell us a little bit about why the cassava is so important to Garifuna people?
I am saying that all that I listed are important to the Garifuna culture. But what we know, what is sold out there, is that cassava is the most important, mainly because we have introduced the cassava bread that has been assimilated into the Belizean culture, and that deals with cassava. And so that's what we know. But all the other ground foods are important in our daily meals, as well as plantain and banana.
Thank you so much. This next question is for Dr. Johnson, and it is a question that is being asked within our director's chat, our private chat, in terms of how you've been managing to connect not just the Crawford family's family tree, but you've done it quite often with other persons within the Belize River Valley. How do you even begin a research this complex?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I'm working on my own family right now, the Bonner family, and my head is spinning. It's hard. It's really, I think, because I was working with the Belize students, University of Belize students earlier this month, and trying to walk them through how to do this. And it is hard and complicated. And I think part of it is I've just read, and this is where Mary Alpuche and I can bond. I have read some of these records so many times, and each time I read a record, like a second or a third or a fourth time, I get something different from it because I remember something about someone else who's referred to it. So I think it's slow scholarship. There's a sort of a thing out there in the academy right now saying that there's this, it's kind of stupid to have this push for people to publish and publish and publish, but really to take your time and slowly sit with all of the materials, because the records are all kind of overlapping and layering, and I usually begin with a person. That's how if I can trace one single person, then try to find all the connections across all the different possible groups of records to understand that person better, and then put that in conversation with oral history as well. So yeah, it is very complicated, and I'm not quite sure how I do it, but I think it's a lot of read. I mean, I've been doing this for 30 years. I think it's a lot of time.
It does, and I find that, personally speaking, a lot of us in Belize, we don't necessarily even know where to begin to look for our family trees. And the more and more we kind of, multiply and we become very multi-ethnic, and the last names kind of become blurred within certain lines. Like, I have no idea which Martinez is related to me and which Martinez isn't at this point in time. I just say with our cousins because I don't know anymore. And and we don't necessarily, we can't find it in the archives just like that, because you wouldn't really know where to begin.
And I found this thing about Crawford purchasing land in 1755 was in this random court case from 1815. And the main entry was for Charles Craig. It had nothing to do with Crawford. That was one name listed with like 20 on witnesses that were at that court case. And I happened to read that court case, and that's how I found that like really essential piece of information. So yeah, it's a lot of reading. Yeah.
It is a lot of reading. And I think for our viewers and our students that are listening, I hope that they realize that that's where the research truly lies, in reading all documentation. Yeah. We have a question here from James Bacon, and he asks, I was wondering if at Lower Dover, if there are any metal Maya artifacts that were discovered. I am aware of them at other sites in north central Belize as well as Chichen Itza. I think this one's for you, Dr. Walden.
Yeah, that's a good question, James. We have not found any. I think what you're probably referring to is copper bells, post-classic copper bells that I think date from like, I'm not an expert on these, but probably like 1100 to 1400 or something. Now, my hunch is we've got them there because we have a lot of post-classic, and they've actually found them at Bacon Park, just 7 kilometers west, where they also have a lot of post-classic material, but we've yet to find them. Although we haven't necessarily looked, but I'm starting to think maybe we use the metal detector to try and find post-classic deposits on top of the monumental architecture. So I will keep you posted.
There's a lot coming out. We don't necessarily see a lot of historical archaeology being promoted around here. So it's really nice to get a visual of all of these different eras interlapping with each other. So thank you so much for that question, James. We have another question for you, Dr. Walden. It says, have you been able to find out more about Marcos Canol and Indian Church, assuming today's Lamanite area? There is limited information about this time period. John, I know you ready for this question.
Slightly ready. I think basically I know a little bit about this. I know that it probably occurred on the same day, on the 6th of February, 1867. So the same day as the raid on the Mount Hope works was when the San Pedro Mayas raiding the church. But in theory, it must have been a different group or something. They must have been coordinated. But we do not know much else. I know Mary is actually on the task as we speak, trying to figure out how these two events articulate. We started looking into it, but we really ended up just focusing so much on what we found. But I think they're almost certainly a coordinated strike, right? And at least that's what Dr. Christine work. So yeah, Mary, and also Mr. Giovanni Mello. So very helpful contacts who seem to be very good at collecting out this information, and I can most certainly echo this is take on how difficult it is articulating all this archival information. Something that struck me is how much work Mary has to go through to figure this stuff out, and in some respects it's harder. It's a lot harder than digging holes and finding muskets and things, actually. Or so it seems. Yeah. Trying to understand what we dug up is a challenge. So,
I agree, and I think that it's one of those times where the multiple areas of discipline have to coexist in order to get the full story, which brings me to my next question for Mrs. Palacio. When it comes to tracing the Garifuna heritage, our Garifuna ancestors, we've told our stories orally. So for you to have gathered so much information on the arrival of Garifuna on Belize, can you talk a little bit about how that research was implemented at first?
It's mainly secondary research. It's library research, but because it's my perspective as a Garifuna, I have to take my literature and really bring it into what I know the Garifuna life is about. because our stories are not recorded, so we lose some of the meanings and the information, and the little that we get is not triangulated, so there are questions on happenings. So for example, two of the important things that I brought out in this research is that for so many years, we have contributed to TV Ramos, given TV Ramos alone credit for agitation for a day to recognize the Garifuna people. But we now know through the archives that there were 3 of these leaders who signed in on that. And the other 2 have never been called, really, in terms of our history. And also, I am now aware that the Garifuna came into the settlement at 1799 and were part of the expansion of the southern part of Belize to this Arstoun, where it now exists, from 1799 to 1814, working the logwood with the settlers, so that they were here from the settlement to independence. And these are things that we really didn't know. And you have to, it's reading different people's, because the interest of the author is on specific topics. So it's like a puzzle, taking all those pieces together and coming up with your story. The Garifuna people have been very much involved in the development of democracy in Belize. From the suffragette movement, from the UNIA movement, we were leaders, leading up to the change in the Constitution in 1951 to allow the general public to be able to vote. In the 1954 first, what I call free election, they were there, they were part of the development of democracy in Belize, that very first election. Akacho was elected. And we have been there as a member of the Legislative Council, Legislative Assembly, National Assembly in 1981 as leaders until the election of 2020, from 1954, in developing this democracy. We were not there, and we have not been there since 2020. These are areas that you, as I mentioned, it's like a puzzle. You have to read several people and examine where their mind was when they researched and wrote this, and have your story. You can get your story from that. I have also heard a few minutes ago, I think it's from Melissa Johnson, regarding free Black people here. I am still puzzled and looking at that, because around a certain period, during slavery, before 1823, there were different groups of Black people. There were enslaved Black people. There were free Black people. Then there were Garifuna people who are Black people. And I am interested to find out sooner or later how and where these people were, and if there was any interaction, because socially there must have been, especially in the logwood trade, in the mahogany banks. This has not come out. The meetings of these people have not come out because history has separated us. As I said, different authors have their own interests. And so it's left to you to bring it together. I am curious about that section.
You know, I really love this session, because it's so, you would think that the different research projects don't correlate with each other, but they actually do. And one of our co-directors, Dr. Friedel, she did such an amazing job at kind of like pinpointing who goes where to see what can actually come out of conversations such as these, because Mrs. Palacio is right. We still have certain gaps in history that have been lost due to the persons that were writing it were not the persons that were oppressed. So we have to kind of read between the lines from that oppression to get our information. But Culture has always found a way to bring collaborations of different projects and peoples together. So I hope that you guys write something and then bring it back next year to present, because I'm very curious as well, Mrs. Myrtle, to find out a little bit more about that. But we have a question for Dr. Johnson, and this is, so we have our own like fangirling happening within our researchers chat outside of the comment section, and I absolutely love it. But Dr. Christine Cray has a question for Dr. Johnson, and she's asking if you use a document organizing program such as, is it Tropy? How do you find it best to organize your information?
I'm probably not very good at that. I just have lots of Excel sheets. That's what I use, multiple Excel sheets. Yeah. And I get confused and get so nervous that I'm going to lose all my data that I make copies of them and then I lose the copies. So yeah, no, I'm probably not the best person to ask. I'm not an historian by training, right? I'm an anthropologist. I came into this kind of backwardsly. Yeah. Maybe I should learn.
I think none of us are organized researchers. I think unless you are a scientist, you have to organize your data, right? But documentation is a little bit different.
It's hard. And then I have the archival images in separate folders, and I have like a tag that takes me to them. Yeah, it's I'm kind of a mess. I'm sorry, Christine. I'm not a model for this.
I understand. I do understand.
So Carolyn Dawson would like to ask a question, I guess, for all three of you. If there are any grants allocated for these important research projects.
If I can go ahead, this is just personal interest. Well, my husband is a social scientist and social cultural anthropologist, archaeologist before. So even though I was a business major and worked in business environment, I was sold on the social sciences, on people, until I went back to school and did social planning. So I'm retired. So I'm picking up all bits and pieces of papers of research that I have done along with him, as well as my interest in reading. What I did with the Garifuna story is something that started 1993, April. And I did something, shared that with the schools and the public. 30 years later, I looked at my writing and I said, where was I when I was writing this? What mindset is this? Get rid of this. So you learn, you yourself develop and grow. But it's my personal interest in Black peoples, in the Creole and in the Garifuna, of which I'm a part, both groups. So I did my master's thesis on the Creole, the inter-ethnic mating Creole and the Garifuna. So it's really personal interest, is a lot of work. This little booklet that we have brought to the public a year ago and still doing so through infographics is hours. It's like full-time work. Plus I have the support of young professionals, 7 or 8 of them that critique my work, and we meet online several times and I'm guided by them, but it's hours, it's of personal work. So it's my own work, not paid.
Perfect.
That was easy to say, so I went first.
No, go ahead, right ahead. Dr. Johnson, Dr. Walden, you can chime in.
I can chime in. No, there's not much funding for this kind of stuff, especially now. And Belize doesn't have a whole lot of money available. I'm at a very small liberal arts college that has very little money. But the only money I really need is just to get a flight to Belize and then to be able to take the time to sit in the archives, which is like my happy place. If I could be sitting in the archives 24/7, I'd be a very content little human being. Belize Archives and Record Services, because I could read through those documents again and again and again and still get more stuff out of them. But the money, no, there's not much money, unfortunately. And I think the current world turn towards totalitarianism and fascism is making that even harder to find funding for this kind of research on Black people. Yeah, I'm sorry to say that, but that's how it feels to me, at least.
John?
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with that. Characterization of the rather sad state of affairs. Our archaeology, it's slightly easier to get money through the various universities we're affiliated with. And although actually our whole project's been really done on a shoestring, I think everything we presented has probably cost a couple of $1,000 US in total. And that's largely due to the fact that most of the people working on all of it are volunteering. There's a few people who will be waged to do stuff, but by and large, it's people who are passionate and they're doing it because they love it. I think we had a small grant from the City University of New York through my collaborator, Dr. Sheldon Skaggs, to do the metal detecting, and that's basically about it. But at this point, we haven't necessarily tried, so maybe we're going to try and get some money to do a bit more.
It is definitely a labor of love, this field, but thank you to each and every one of you for joining me at our first afternoon session of this first day of the Culture Symposium. We are going to take a quick coffee break and we will be back at 2:30 with our second afternoon session. Don't go away. We're live right here on Heritage Education Network, Belize.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, welcome back to our second session of our afternoon's Day 1 Culture Symposium. This thematic session invites us to explore Belizean gastronomies as an essential lens for understanding culture, identity, and continuity. Our presenters will share research that delves into how food has shaped, how food has served as a vessel for memory, creativity, and community across generations. Through their work, we will gain insight into the ways culinary traditions both adapt to change and sustain deep cultural connections. Together, these presentations remind us that Belize's gastronomy is more than just sustenance. It is a living expression of heritage, resilience, and belonging. Our first presentation will be done by Abigail. She is a Rhodes Scholar and a social anthropologist with expertise in development, politics, and human rights. She currently leads the EUUB Human Rights Project, advancing research, capacity building, and advocacy across Belize. Her career spans community engagement with Yellow Bees Grassroots Project, focused on femtech solutions for women and girls in Belize. She also leads a Belizean storytelling lecture for Toucan Education, sharing cultural narratives with global audiences. She has presented and facilitated workshops internationally while remaining deeply rooted in Belize's development and cultural heritage. Abby combines her analytical rigor with grassroots engagement to create inclusive, sustainable solutions at the intersection of policy, education, and social change. She is accompanied by her past lecturer and mentor, Dr. Randy Marfield from the University of Belize. Let us give a warm welcome to this afternoon's presentation, The Erosion of Globalization and the Erosion of Belize's Culinary Ecologies.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. This presentation is titled Globalization and the Erosion of Belize's Culinary Ecologies. It's an exploration of how globalization and industrial civilization have reshaped the ways Belizeans grow, prepare, and think about food, and how those changes affect our cultural identity, ecology, and sovereignty. This is not new knowledge, but rather knowledge we've stopped valuing, the kind that connects food to the survival and story of civilization itself. This work was developed by Dr. Randy Marfield and myself, Ms. Abigail. Dr. Marfield holds a PhD in rhetoric, writing, and professional communication, with research focusing on how language and power intersect in post-colonial societies. I hold an MPhil in social and cultural anthropology, with research centered on globalization, culture, and social identity. Together, our purpose is to examine how globalization continues to shape Belize's culinary identity, and to ask what happens when local food ecologies are absorbed by global systems of power and consumption. We begin by acknowledging that none of this is new. The connection between agriculture and civilization has been studied for centuries, to the point that it can be conveniently ignored. As globalization intensifies, resources move from rural to urban, from local to global. These shifts reveal how civilizations evolve and how they begin to forget the sources of their sustenance. As Richard Proctor wrote in 1882 in The Influence of Food and Civilization, those who depend on agriculture and pasture find early that there are laws on which their well-being depends. This was a recognition that human well-being is bound by the natural world. But over time, civilization adopted a new attitude, one where nature was no longer a guide, but a servant. That very psychology, nature made to serve man, is one we as Belizeans have inherited and normalized in our modern lifestyles. Industrial civilization, as Derek Jensen writes in Endgame, is killing the planet. He says, and I quote, "It should be clear to everyone by now, even to those with a vested interest in ignorance, that industrial civilization is killing the planet and causing unprecedented human privation and suffering. For countries like Belize, Jensen warns that we are most likely to collapse under the weight of our own ecological and human destructiveness. Our inherited systems, economic, agricultural, and cultural, mirror this industrial mindset. What we often call modern progress is, in truth, a pattern of ecological and cultural erosion. The question becomes, how do these inherited practices threaten small nations like ours?" Food, as a reflection of civilization and culinary expression and cultural power. Food is a mirror. It reflects who we are, what we value, and how we live. Lewis Mumford in 1961 observed that as any civilization advances in its culinary and musical art, it also succumbs to this division of labor that characterizes its power structure. He writes that in such moments, we find the mirror image of civilization's other face, that of power. In the modern context, food has become a shallow representation of cultural sophistication. Think of Big Macs, Coca-Cola, Subway, global icons of capitalism. And here in Belize, our beloved rice and beans, boil up, and orange walk tacos are increasingly absorbed into a smaller, local version of the same capitalist system. They are no longer only symbols of home. They are commodities sold and branded for consumption. So we must ask, if food tells a story, whose story are we really telling now? There was a time when food marked ethnic and cultural identity. Today, food marks market value. Post-colonial thinkers like Ngugi wa Thiong'o and Frantz Fanon have long advocated for returning to traditional cultivation as a form of liberation. They remind us that as colonized peoples rely on industrial food systems, they adopt not only new diets, but also the ideologies of their colonizers. William Catton Jr. captures this perfectly when he says, "The fight to remain economically relevant will be more important than the need to be ideologically aware." In our time, the struggle to stay globally competitive often replaces the need to stay culturally rooted. The outcome? Globalized diets that blur distinctions and communities that forget what once made their food and their identity unique. Food has long been used as a weapon, a tool for domination and control. We see this in three powerful examples: Gaza, where food scarcity is used as a war tactic; North America, where settlers destroyed indigenous food systems to force displacement; Africa, where colonial powers replaced native crops with export-oriented agriculture. Across all three, one truth remains: controlling food means controlling people. It weakens resistance, erodes identity, and builds dependency, turning sustenance into strategy. In Gaza, over 500,000 people currently face catastrophic hunger. According to Professor Greg Kennedy of King's College London, reducing access to food is being used as a weapon. Starvation dismantles morale and physical strength. It destroys communities from within. This strategy mirrors the blockades of world wars, where food scarcity was used to break the will of populations. Food insecurity here is not an accident. It is a deliberate weapon used to control and subdue through hunger. Food as a weapon is also a part of America's own colonial history. In 1791, President George Washington ordered his forces to destroy the farms of the Wea tribe in the Ohio River Valley. Rich land long cultivated for corn, beans, squash, and fruit. Crops were burned, orchards chopped down, and villages reduced to ash. Alcohol was later introduced to manipulate and disorient communities into giving up their land. As historian Rosalind Lapierre notes, the goal was simple: destroy food systems, destroy sovereignty, and the result was displacement, dependency, and the creation of harmful stereotypes. This pattern of controlling people by dismantling their food ecology is one we can still trace today, even in Belize's resilience on imported food systems. Colonizers in Africa used a different method, replacing local crops with cash crops for export. Traditional foods that sustained communities for generations were replaced by crops that served empire, not the people. As Rashki and Chima write, colonization and neocolonization led to the systemic expatriation of indigenous and traditional food habits. This nutrition transition from traditional diets to Western ones has caused a widespread food dependency and health crises. This shift from local to global diets represents not progress, but a continuation of colonial control through economics and appetite. Colonial food patterns persist hidden beneath the language of modernization and growth. Food is not only sustenance, it's a form of sovereignty. Traditional dishes such as hudut, rice and beans, and escabeche are now integral to Belize's tourism image, but as they are promoted for global marketing, they risk losing their roots as cultural practice and becoming products of performance. The romantic imagery of local authenticity mirrors the old colonial narrative, the noble native, eager to please, eager to serve. As a result, culinary culture becomes centralized, controlled, and commodified. Food becomes a soft form of imperial control, a means of economic dependence wrapped in nostalgia and cultural pride. Tourism in Belize continues to reproduce these colonial patterns. It creates opportunity, yes, but also dependency. Local foods are prepared and presented not for community sustenance, but for the foreign gaze to be photographed, rated, and consumed. Culinary presentation becomes performance, an exchange where culture is the product and foreign currency the reward. Authenticity becomes a brand. We must therefore ask uncomfortable questions. Does our economic reliance on tourism amount to submission? And when food becomes a marketing instrument, does it still belong to the people who created it? To reclaim our food systems is to reclaim our autonomy. Belize now stands between two paths, global inclusion or local preservation. Reviving traditional foodways, supporting local farmers, markets, and ingredients strengthens not only our economy, but also our cultural resilience. True sovereignty begins with food, how we grow it, share it, and define it. To eat locally must mean more than consuming Belizean ingredients. It must mean living consciously and sustainably in harmony with our land and culture. Food is both a mirror and measure of civilization. Globalization has turned nourishment into commodity and culture into commerce. Belize now faces a defining choice. Will we follow the global model of exploitation, or will we reclaim food as culture, identity, and survival? As Richard Proctor once wrote, nature may be made the servant of man, but perhaps it is time we reverse that order and let nature become, once again, our greatest teacher. These are our references and a disclaimer. We do not own the rights to the photos used in this presentation. All images are used for educational, non-commercial purposes only. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you so much to the organizers of the Culture Symposium for giving us this platform to present our ideas and thoughts. If you have any questions, we will be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Abby and Randy, for that insightful presentation. I think that our viewers have thoroughly enjoyed it. And as Abby mentioned, please, if you have any questions, let us know in the comments section below. Next up, we have a presentation by Dr. Christine Cray, who is a political anthropologist. Christine Cray's research has focused on the Yucatec Maya of Belize and Mexico, and she uses ethnographic, oral, historical, and archival methods to critically examine colonialism, war, and religious evangelization. She is the author of Maya-British Conflict at the Edge of the Yucatecan Caste War. She is currently examining the close partnership of the Belize Estate and Produce Company and the British Honduran government in the first half of the 20th century and the social consequences of that partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Christine Cray, The Racialization of Food, Indian Corn Discussed, and the Development of Underdevelopment in Depression-era British Honduras.
For welcoming here today, where I can share.
Hello, my name is Christine Cray, and the title of this presentation is The Racialization of Food, Indian Corn Discussed, and the Development of Underdevelopment in Depression-era British Honduras. All Belizeans will have learned about this first part. In 1934, when global demand for mahogany had crashed, thousands of men in British Honduras found themselves unemployed, and many in the colony faced starvation. In Belize City, hundreds stood in line for government distributions of rice gruel mixed with sugar, and then worked in unemployment relief for 5 cents a day, breaking up rocks for construction of the Northern Road. Antonio Soberanis Gomez delivered speeches calling for the formation of a union, and a crowd of 500, calling themselves the Laborers and Unemployed Association, marched on and shut down the sawmill and lumber yard of BEPCO, the Belize Estate and Produce Company. This marked the beginning of the labor movement in the colony. At the same time, though, Maya agricultural food production continued apace throughout the colony. 8,000 tons of corn were produced a year. So here's my question. Why was there starvation in Belize City when so much corn was available? Essentially, why was there not a robust food network bringing local foods to markets in Belize City? It's complicated, but at root, the problem was a British conception of race. In the 19th century, various British writers developed a way of talking about different groups of people that fused race and culture. In British Honduran writings by missionaries, travelers, and colonial administrators, each racial type consisted of a bundle of physical features, a certain constitution, a moral character, and customary food habits, which held it all together. The Maya were associated with corn, which was called Indian corn, and it became a potent symbol of Indianness. In colonialist writings, corn dishes were regarded as disgusting and a cause of Indian weakness and mortality. The close textual association of Indians and corn is such that visceral expressions of disgust for corn read as disgust for Indians. Corn thus became racialized. British aversion to maize dates back to the earliest English settlements in the Americas. According to Vester, quote, the first inhabitants of Jamestown would not eat corn, even when faced with the prospect of starving, since they associated it with savagery and feared for their humanity. Corn was dismissed as fit only for feeding animals. I want to give you an example of the British Honduran racialization of corn. In an 1867 letter, Methodist missionary Richard Fletcher described the Maya to his superiors in London. He began with a moral characterization, calling them, quote, diminished, degraded, and miserable inhabitants, end quote. His description moved quickly from house form and furnishings to cooking techniques and then to the following, quote, the food in common use among the Indians is very soon told. They chiefly subsist on cornbread, which they dip into a kind of soup made of ground pumpkin seeds and chili, or bean soup and chili. They seldom buy meat or kill a chicken or even make use of eggs, so that their food is not very nutritive, end quote. Moving on to crop cultivation techniques, he then proceeded to list common sins, and in the same paragraph he added, quote, with few exceptions, they grow up with large, hard bowels, the consequence of the indigestible food they eat, end quote. The juxtaposition of sin and repulsive food is telling. Interested in phrenology, the missionaries sketched and detailed their physical appearance, including such minutiae as the roundness of the head, the slope of the chin, the thickness of the hair, and the angle of the toes. He offered this interpretation, quote, according to phrenology, benevolence and the intellectual faculties are not very largely developed, but destructiveness and secrecy are, end quote. From this condemnation of their intrinsic moral character, he explained that, quote, they are not long-lived. Their constitution is early broken up, and they pass away before they have lived out half their days, end quote. His outlook was not optimistic. Quote, unless God in his providence interposes on their behalf, Spaniards and Indians within the next 50 years will nearly all have passed away." End quote. Again, physical appearance, diet, vitality, and morality were fused into one racial type. As Richard Wilk has discussed, the early Baymen in Belize had little interest in corn. They preferred wheat flour and meat. They imported these foods and also fed them to their enslaved African workers, the famous rations of 7 and 4. I've scoured British plans for colonial economic development from the early 19th century to the mid-20th century. They devised schemes for stimulating export-oriented production of all kinds of crops, fruit, and other forest products, but none of these writers ever expressed interest in developing corn as a commodity. They wanted to continue eating their imported wheat flour and other foods, and so long as there was an export market for Belizean timber, they could purchase and eat what they wanted. Okay, we've discussed the British colonialists, but what about the Creoles? Creoles became familiar with Maya food and culinary habits at the logging camps. I conducted interviews with Maya elders who had lived in San Jose in the northwestern quadrant in the 1930s, where Bepco logging was concentrated at the time. The elders told me that at that time their families engaged in a brisk trade with the Creole workers, selling their many agricultural products, fish, and game meat to them, or trading for a portion of the woodcutters' rations. However, the Maya families did not trade or sell corn to the Creole workers. It seems that the Creoles had inherited the British antipathy for corn. One colonial British officer in 1939 stated flatly that, quote, "a kind of dietetic snobbery has thus been evolved." Given British and Creole disinterest in corn, and to be more precise, British disgust for corn, a domestic market for corn never developed. The Maya were fully engaged in the money economy, working for wages and selling some of their produce, but nearly all the corn they grew was for consumption within the household. In the midst of the Depression, this colonial culinary system fell apart. Even as early as 1930, the Belize Estate and Produce Company, the largest mahogany company in the colony by far, indicated that, quote, "the market for mahogany logs was characterized by unrelieved gloom. Throughout the whole period, there was an entire lack of anything approaching activity in demand." Belize's deadliest hurricane struck the capital in 1931, further crippling mahogany output. Workers were laid off and returned to their homes in Belize City. The Creoles had no tradition of farming because they had worked as woodcutters for so long, and they prided themselves on that work. In 1934, hunger set in and famine was imminent. Although the Maya continued their farming, there was no infrastructure to get their corn and other produce to Belize City. And besides, they were not in the habit of growing surplus corn because there had never been market demand for that. The newly appointed governor, Alan Burns, set out to try to solve the problem of hunger. He planned to bring in Jamaicans, who had a strong tradition of farming. Crown land grants were provided for those who wanted to grow their own food. A new Board of Agriculture began to purchase basic crops, rice, corn, and beans at guaranteed prices, and a government marketing board opened. The board purchasing plan had fatal flaws, though. Purchasing stations were established in Belize City and Punta Gorda, but none in the western region where the greatest number of Maya farmers lived. What's worse, the board purchasing prices offered for corn and beans were lower than the costs of production and transport. Maya families would have lost money by producing surpluses of those crops. 4 years later, domestic food production was still insufficient, and the governor continued devising schemes to stimulate it. He tried almost anything other than offering higher prices for corn and beans. After a 7-year period, a government-appointed committee reviewed domestic food production, and they were very plain that the board would need to offer higher prices for staple crops. Although the financial disincentive for producing surplus corn and beans was clear enough, perhaps out of habit, the committee could not resist blaming local cultures and customs. A cultural attitudinal shift was needed, they asserted, quote, "He, the local planter, must be encouraged to develop the communal spirit which will assist his agricultural efforts and his welfare." If the colonialists were honest with themselves, they might have asked about the systemic factors that had suppressed local food production for at least a century by that time. That might have forced them, though, to come to grips with how corn had become racialized and how their own dietary tastes and aversions had marginalized Maya food production. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cray, for that incredible presentation. I have so many questions, but I will save that for the Q&A, and I will introduce our final presentation for this afternoon's session. And we are going to hear from Dr. Carolyn Friedwald, and she is conducting her presentation on Hute soup, a conversation about Pachyllus. I know I butchered that. She's going to say it correctly, but they're basically river snails in Belize. Dr. Carolyn Friedwald is an archaeologist from the University of Mississippi, whose research focuses on past Maya peoples and their dietary traditions, particularly the use of animals in Belize and Guatemala. Her work also examines how ancient communities interact with their landscapes, exploring migration patterns to understand how and where people moved and whether migrants assimilated into local societies. By combining osteological analysis with bone chemistry, Friedwald reconstructs the behaviors of both humans and animals, drawing on modern comparative studies to illuminate ancient cultural practices. Let's hear from Dr. Carolyn Friedwald.
Welcoming here today, where I can share progress on a project that I've been working on with some collaborators that you see here about the modern and historical use of a small river snail called hute. Our study combines archaeology, ecology, and conversations with people today about how they make and eat hute soup or sopa de hute. I'll walk through what we know and what we want to know to better understand this heritage food. So what do we know? The snails are in a genus called Pachychilus and are referred to as hute, tutu, tuunu, shute, depending on what country you live in, and are collected from rivers and streams and made into a soup, as shown in these examples that were posted online from 3 different countries. We think that people have eaten soups like this for millennia, mainly because we find hute snail shells at archaeological sites dating back thousands of years, and based on the distinct shapes of the shells, they were different species that varied widely in size. As you can see in this example from Ucanal, a site just across the border in Guatemala on the Mopan River, the tips were cut off to release the snail, which you can see here in a soup that we made a couple of years ago, and the tips that we occasionally find at sites as well. Another preparation technique is to puncture a hole in the shell to release the snail in these much larger samples of shells that we think came from the Mopan River, also from the site of Ucanal. In fact, hute are found at nearly every Maya site. Most research on the snails has come from Belize projects. Early excavations in the 1950s at Barton Ramey, which is by Central Farms, identified 3 different kinds of shell that they interpreted as 3 different species. And this is the model today for the identifications that we make Studies also have focused on where the snail shells are found because thousands and sometimes millions are recovered from caves and plazas near ceremonial architecture, and some researchers think these may have been left as meals for gods and ancestors. Pacbitun archaeological project members include San Antonio residents who help interpret the thousands of snails found 2,000 years ago and even earlier. Where the snails came from could be the same places people collect today, and here you can see some shells and you can see part of Tutu Creek where we explored this summer. Not all research comes from Belize. In the 1970s, a scholar named James Nissen talked with Lacandon Mayas in Chiapas, Mexico, and discovered that while people used the snails to make soup, it was the shells they wanted for their lime to prepare the masa for tortillas and tamales. And most recently, we returned to Belize for a study using isotopic data from snail shells that could tell us where they were collected, possibly what season, and from which rivers and streams at Las Cuevas in the Chiquibul region. So we know a lot already, but what more do we want to know? It would be important to know what species there are within the hute with smooth and ridged shells. That would help tell us where people got the hutes. It would also help us understand how they managed this resource and a little bit about the health of ancient rivers and streams. And this is where we come to our current project, where we're working on understanding hute use in 4 different ways. One is to understand modern snail ecology by looking at the shapes of the snails and where the animals are living today. We'll then study archaeological specimens, such as the ones you see here, again from the site of Ucanal, and we will do Belize sites as well, but you can see excavations just beginning on an old canal where we found some hutes that leads into the Mopan River from the site core. Next year, we hope to do proof of concept genetics to see if we have different populations and different species within similarly shaped shells. And most important, we can't understand any of this in the past or present without talking to people who use hute today, or whose grandparents or uncles made a really good caldo de hute or hute soup. And we'll begin this in Belize and hopefully expand into Guatemala and perhaps elsewhere. I spent part of this summer locating hute in 10 different rivers and streams to see where they were living, which is generally in shallow water 10 to 15 centimeters deep, sometimes in the leaf litter, other times attached to rocks, where they consume the debris as it flows through, so they can signal how healthy the river is or isn't. I looked at stream and river conditions with 4 basic assessment tools: the temperature, the pH, whether it's acidic or alkaline, the total dissolved solids, and the electrical conductivity to start to understand the hute snails, and then began to try to measure them to assess different sizes in preparation for a genetic study if we're granted permission in the coming. The hute probably spawn in spring, and this picture taken in June shows an abundance of snails along one spot in the Mopan River, just growing as they start to form their shell, and the maximum size I've seen here is just 2.5 to 3 centimeters. I'm not sure if they grow bigger or not, but I do find places along the Mopan where there aren't hute, even though the habitat seems like it's right. We also know that changing weather conditions can impact them because just a little bit later in the year, the rains started and then they stopped, and that drying up of the shoreline meant that thousands of hute died. Flooding can also impact them by washing them to different habitat, and all of these things might be part of a changing climate that we'd be interested in reconstructing in the past as well. In all, I was able to visit 10 different locations from areas along the Makal and Mopan rivers and the streams that feed into them, in areas where people collect today, and areas where I'm not sure if people are harvesting and using the hute at all. But this gives us a general idea of, at least in one point during the year, how big the snails are. I did not currently look at abundance, but we'll try and assess that next year. I also began to take measurements on snails from archaeological sites, including the length of the snail when possible, the height and the width of the aperture, and the size of that first large body whorl that may be useful in identifying different species. For example, while most snail shells at Ucanal tend to be small and smooth like the ones on top and identified as Pachychilus indiorum, or very large and sculptured on the lower right as Pachychilus glapharus, there also are a number of large smooth shells and snails that have sort of striations along the top, but without the ribs or tubercles on the side. These correspond to the different colors you see here with the size of the snails, but we haven't yet analyzed the different proportions. And the reason I think this is interesting in this study, as it will be in all the other sites that we look at, such as Pakbitun and Shinanchunich, along with sites in the south by Ushbenka and in the north by Chanchich, is that the snails in the lower left are similar to ones that we find in the Chicxulub, which is quite a distance from Ucanal. The ones on the right are similar to snails that are found in the Mopan River, although I have not personally been able to find the very large snail shells with the sculptured ridges, even though people living near the site tell me that they exist just upstream. Identifying different snail species and populations, and of course figuring out where they might have come from in the past as well as the present, is made difficult by the fact that there are more than 100 different species. And here you can see classifications and a catalog made by Maria Gomez in her dissertation in 2010, where just in Mesoamerica alone, you see so many different species that are a combination of smooth and large, smooth and small, sculptured of different kinds, and a lot of these are classified as different species based on 1850s identifications. There was additional work that helped to form some of the museum collections at Harvard, University of Michigan, and elsewhere in the 1920s, 30s, and a little bit later, but some of the collection locations are non-specific, say, for example, Stream in Veracruz, which makes it difficult to understand where they came from and how we might track them either to modern populations or to populations who were using these at archaeological sites in the past. For example, I was very excited when I saw this catalog because I thought it would help me identify species, and I thought that on the left, those looked like the ones that I found occasionally at archaeological sites in the Belize Valley, and on the right, those snails remind me of snails that I've seen just this year in Barton Creek. But there are many different snails that have damage to their tips, different sizes and slightly different proportions, and so it seems that the actual species are very poorly understood today. Even genetic studies are difficult to identify at species level. In this snapshot, you can see a comparison between a number of snail shells that were used again in Maria Gomez's dissertation, but to briefly show you, the smooth shells are those listed on top in blue. Skip the tan ones, which are snails from Cuba, and all the ridge snails are identified in the lower end, but none of them are classified as a specific species. Moreover, almost all of these snails are coming from Guatemala, a few from Honduras, and some from Mexico, and no species have yet been tested in Belize. So with the University of Wisconsin-Madison, we plan to apply for permission to do some new genetics with snails from each of the major streams where we found them this year, along with perhaps new discoveries next year, to do some proof of concept genetic testing to understand whether the snails are different species, whether they're different populations within species, say in water systems where there's been no connection for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Now, it is possible that people in the past moved the snails around like people do today occasionally, as in the example of one group of Mexican researchers who were trying to understand jute as heritage food and decided to plant some in a river system and see how quickly they grew and how successfully they could be farmed when a hurricane came through, washed them all away, but then therefore putting a new species of jute in a river system that hadn't existed previously. So I hope that there aren't too many people doing that, but it may be that people in the past at Maya sites did that as well. That's something that will be interesting to find out. So with this, we plan to begin the study in Belize, in the Belize Valley, and as well as in the north and the south, and then expand it into Guatemala when permissions are granted. And then perhaps we can get other researchers to join us so that we can start to see how these different species are related and perhaps begin to understand how people used them in the past, as well as manage the ecosystem because of all the information that these tiny snail shells can bring us. And most important are the conversations that we hope to have. Who has a family member who remembers cooking jute? Perhaps a grandma or an uncle or someone who is really good at it. Who collected them? Who prepared them and how did they prepare the recipes? And does this tradition continue till today? People may remember collecting hute in places that they don't exist any longer, or places that there are hute now that they didn't get them in the past. The animals may be the same size, may have been more abundant in the past, maybe they were bigger before. All of these are conversations we'd like to have with people to reconstruct the history of how people were making snail soup and how can they continue to do that today. Our hope is also that students can participate, especially in the ecological research. At Galen University, we're having conversations about how that might happen, and they may be interested in interviewing their family members as well as a way of passing on this generational knowledge. I look forward to hearing more ideas from all of you about the types of questions we should ask people or the things that you would want to know so that we can develop this as we request our permits, both for the ecological section of this study from fisheries, but also to actually talk to people in Belize and get their input about their own histories. And I hope with this that you learn to love hute as much as I do, and I thank you for your time.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Friedwald, for that presentation. And I can remember a time when I grew up having hute. So I am very excited to see what is next for you and your research team. At this time, I would now like to invite the rest of our panelists to the question and answer segment for this afternoon session. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Abby Godoy-Guillen. I would also like to introduce Dr. Randy Marfield, Christine Cray, and Caroline Friedwald. Thank you all so much for joining me this afternoon. And I would like to take your conversation that you were having backstage to front and center, because even though you all had very different papers and you utilized different research methods to get your answers, it seems that you all have one thing in common, and that is the manipulation of how we utilize food ways to manipulate society, whether it is through weaponization, whether it is through planting hute and it goes somewhere else, whether it is to create a concept of what is good food and what is bad food based on the colonial heads. It seems that everybody has created some way to manipulate the way we see food and the way that messes up the foundations of our society. So I think I want to start with Dr. Randy Marfield's comment in the private chat about how food is no longer symbolic, it is no longer communal. And I think that that was done on purpose. But I would really like to maybe get Dr. Cray's input on this. Dr. Cray, if you can hear me. Oh, let me unmute you. Yeah.
Yeah, I was really surprised by your comment. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was really surprised by your comment, Dr. Marfield. Oh.
Oh, you were surprised.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. There was a lag. I think I had Facebook open at the same time, right? And so yeah, I was getting confused. I'm sorry about that. Dr. Marfield, I was curious about your comment about how food is no longer communal and food is no longer symbolic. Can you explain that? Is there like no longer a connection between how people view different foods and in relationship to different ethnic identities, perhaps in Belize?
I think especially in Belize, most of us that grew up within ethnic communities understand how food functions as part of a ceremony, and food, whether it's had in the morning, in the afternoon, or in the evening, it's expressively ceremonial. and we know where that food comes from. We have our hands in the making of it, and so the more we move into industrial and mechanized and urban areas, the less we are involved in that process. And I think the more we take food from, the more we live within the urban areas, within the centralized capitalist industrial areas, the less we interact with the land, and the less we interact with our community, and the less we are involved in the growing of that food. And so the more we abandon that as well, the more we abandon the knowledge, and so that knowledge does not become, it doesn't pass down to the next generation. And we are losing that identity with ourselves, and we are losing that identity with the land. And I feel in Belize we're not paying enough attention to that, because for us it's become almost understood that if you want to improve your economic circumstance, it's unlikely that you can do that in the rural areas. You'll have to move into the cities and into the more business central areas. And I think with that we lose the knowledge. It's not that there's a generational discontinuity there that is happening, and we need to bring our attention to it. It might be a little too late, if you ask me, but someone has to have the conversation.
I think that is there's a lot to unpack with that, because currently, our brothers and sisters in Cuba, Jamaica, and along the Greater Antilles are, kind of reeling from the remnants of Hurricane Melissa. And the disaster risk management plan of what to take to the islands, when you look at the produce section of it, it's all foods that, one, don't grow on the island, two, are very expensive to procure, and three, there are no sustainable methods to grow those produces on that island. So you already essentially have an issue with a bunch of people that need food, that the only way they can get it is if somebody takes it to them.
That's the problem.
And it's almost as if it's an expectation, really, that the outside help has to come with these sorts of produce, when there is no conversation about, well, what do we have here and how can we sustain it here and how we can grow it here. And that is loss of traditional knowledge systems, but also loss of how they're able to secure themselves and sustain themselves after a disaster. And the reason why I bring that up is because it comes back to Dr. Cray's presentation on the ways that we see certain foods, the Western ideologies that have been placed upon us, and the way that we kind of see perhaps corn as poor people food. Like, I remember bringing corn to school and people laughing at me because that's what I would have for lunch. And it was something that I didn't really understand, but it was almost kind of comparative to being poor. So if you bring corn and beans to school, it's a sign of poverty. And the sign of poverty, or the quote unquote, the persons that are connected to poverty, are the marginalized and indigenous populations. But they can eat. So I don't understand that concept. So perhaps maybe Dr. Cray, you can enlighten us a little bit.
I don't know. I wish I had the answer, except to say, I mean, it's certainly a lot of this prejudice goes back to British colonialism, and the I'm sorry again. I'm having a delay between the audio. All right, I can only hear through Facebook, but I can only. Sorry.
Maybe you need to take off Facebook
If you
Yeah,
can hear me
remove the
okay,
piece.
I guess I'll go with it. Maybe if I can't hear you. But yeah, I think certainly these prejudices go back to British colonialism, right? And the distaste for corn, and the fact that it goes all the way back to the initial Jamestown settlement in the 17th century in North America. That's just astounding. But yeah, to read some of these British comments about how disgusting corn was I don't know, just so rude. Thomas Gann, who was like famous among archaeologists now, right? He was this, sort of early archaeologist, I guess, but also the colonial medical officer. And he was one of them, right? He said that atole was as palatable as castor oil. Just so rude. And the fact that he as well, like the colonial medical officer, right, in charge of sort of giving pronouncements about how people can stay healthy. He also thought that the Maya were a, quote, dying race, and it was in large part because of the food that they ate. So really just shocking. But yeah, I think, the British could eat what they want as long as they had the money, right? So as long as, they were earning the exports through their forest products, they could import the wheat and things that they wanted. It's just that things really came to the crisis and the Depression when they couldn't export, they could no longer sell the mahogany. And it wasn't just because of the Depression, but also because there was a changing tastes really for mahogany for walnut in fine furniture, and a turn away from mahogany that contributed to that. But yeah, the development of underdevelopment, I think that's such an important concept, from the dependency theorists that that continues to be useful, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Abby and Dr. Randy, I'm actually very curious to hear how this collaboration happened for your research project, because just small backstory, I know Abby and Randy very well. We're old colleagues and friends. And I know Abby was once mentored by Randy. So it's actually really endearing to see that you both collaborated on a research project together, but how that happened.
So, me, the social butterfly that I am, I bought a ridiculous amount of pupusas, and I went over to Randy's house and I was like, hey, I brought these pupusas, let's have dinner. And we're sitting there and he starts to rant about food and what's happening with food. And he was talking about growing up in Barranco and all this stuff. And I was like, well, we should maybe just write it down. And then I forgot about it, went on with my life. And then like 2 days later, he calls me and he's like, hey, when you said we should write about food, I think you're onto something. That's how it went down for me.
Yeah. For me, that conversation was supposed to happen because I've been reading a lot about the way civilizations develop and the way civilizations fall. And we see this modern capitalist pattern happening everywhere, where we have these metropolitan centers developing, all these activities happening within city spaces. And these city spaces booming with energy need to be sustained in some way, some form. And what we begin to do is to look to the urban, the rural areas, the farm areas for food, for ideas, for some kind of sustenance. And all the resources are taken from these places and put into the city. If some of us don't remember, but there were some places in like Barranco and other places in the south that were ports and that were very energetic centers in Belize. And as soon, very energetic and cultural centers in Belize, and as soon as the economic center, the marketplace, the social sphere shifted focus from these places onto the city, everyone started to migrate to the city, and for different reasons, for education, for economic opportunities, for business, for jobs, for all these reasons. And we see that's a global pattern. And it's happened gradually at a slower pace in Belize, but now over the last 20 years, with the advent of this what I call a radical tourism, I mean, it has shifted so much. If I don't know if there's anyone here who remembers the way Key Cocker looked before tourism and how it looks now after tourism entered. There's a radical difference. There's a radical cultural shift. No one does the ceremony before they go fishing anymore. No one lights the smoke. No one says the prayers. Everyone just fish. It's just a massive consumerism that's happening, and it's sucking up all the resources. And Belize is a pretty small place, and we have finite resources, and we have to not only use those resources for ourselves, but for the visitors and millions of visitors that come in every year. That might end up being a problem for us.
Yeah, and I just want
go ahead, Abby.
To add a little anecdote. When we talk about corn and food and the loss of our ecologies, I have to think back to earlier this year. I do not grow corn. Nobody that I know closely grows corn anymore, but I do have my office at the university, and the university has an agriculture school. And I remember I got super excited because the agriculture school was selling these sacks of corn, and I went and I bought it, and I had no idea what to do with it. And I had to go to my aunt's house and ask her, how can we prepare this? How do we make what we want to make with this? But the tension of that is there is a desire so much to keep those things alive, but the actual practice, the knowledge, the tradition is so lost that how do you regain that?
I think so. There are several projects that are taking place to safeguard these sort of traditions and connections to food and the way that we think about food and livelihood and lifeways. But I find that Belize in itself, for all the abundance that it has in land and all the abundance that it has in traditional knowledge systems, because they exist, you just have to know where to find them. We still have people that can't eat every day. So that in itself is still a phenomena to me. I don't really understand how we got there, but I'm pretty sure somebody will explain it to me later on. But we do have to move. There are a couple of questions here for Dr. Carolyn. The first question is by Norbert. He's saying that it's my understanding that the shell morphology of Hute can change considerably from juvenile to adult form. If so, do you think that this may be resulting in the misidentification of Hute by archaeologists?
That's a really good question. And I think what we need is more observation of the animal ecology today, because you'll probably notice if you go to archaeological sites and people find small ones, sometimes they'll suggest, well, they must have been overhunted or over-collected, and the ecological pressure caused the snail shells to be small. But if we're not even sure which species it is, then, if it's a fairly smooth shell and it develops more ridges later, all of these things are pieces of the puzzle we need to understand even before we can think about human behavior. So Norbert, I know that you know even more questions than that about this little snail.
And that question is followed up by Alessandra Villarreal, and she's asking, do you think this conversation about the colonization of food and foodways ultimately influenced the story of accidental release of Hute in Dr. Freewald's story?
I could share that. That's kind of an interesting one because it was in an attempt to revitalize a traditional food. And it was one part of Chiapas. But I actually have a question for some other panel members that relates to that about the foods.
just being able to look through historic sources is a talent that amazes me. I'm better off running and going through the water and looking in the rivers. But did you find mention of the British or of the Spanish or of anybody talking about people eating snails? Because I imagine they may not have thought that was very palatable, especially if it's not cooked right. If you've had a hute soup that's not cooked well, it's not so good. Or if you go to Cayo today and the hutes are right down by the bridge, the low bridge, they don't smell good either.
So for the ones that are by Cayo, by the bridge, I believe like those are not to be consumed. But granted, I don't know the species, and that's a traditional knowledge as well, because for the Maya in the south, they can identify which ones are for cooking and for eating. I definitely can't. I only go based on what my grandma served me one time. Like I honestly don't know. But I think it is a knowledge that they have to note which ones are for eating and which ones are not. But I also don't think it's something that is consumed within the urban space. And maybe Dr. Cray or Dr. Marfield can correct me here when I say that I don't think it was something that was brought into the urban space like that, because there wasn't a large supplement of these particular species. And I don't think it's not so much as overfishing as it is how fast they reproduce, because they're tiny, right?
Did you saw in some of the pictures that some of the little juveniles after they spawn are just like, just this little big. But that's another question, is that maybe some local people know, or maybe the Belizeans might know how fast they grow, but it's not common knowledge, and there aren't very many scientific publications, if any. But I defer to my colleagues to hear what you think about this.
Dr. Cray answered in the chat. She said, I have never run across British historical comments about hute, but I also am wondering if they thought they were disgusting, and if that contributed to the decline of hute consumption. And that's valid, because what is in the urban space of Belize today is what was commonly brought within a particular time period when people were exchanging certain goods. Corn was in huge surplus after the Mennonites came, and they were able to create large, vast fields of them. And those were brought in to import and sell and export and sell as well. But hute, I'm not sure. And we kind of replaced that sort of consumption, that freshwater consumption, to the tilapia species that came, and it was one of those species that was I guess predatorial, and they just reproduced, and now we have tilapia all the time, and shrimp. Right? We have abundance of shrimp farm, we have an abundance of tilapia farm, things that grow very quickly within those aquacultural spaces. But I've never heard of hute, and Dr. Cray is saying she's never heard of hute either. I'm not sure. Marfield?
I've not heard of it.
Yeah. So you have your work cut out for you, Dr. Freewald. All right, so that concludes our Q&A for this afternoon. Thank you so much to our panelists. I think this was more for you guys. I think everybody just kind of shared their contacts in the private chat, and now I hope that there is a wonderful paper that comes out of it next year and is presented here at Kulcha. But thank you all so much for joining me this afternoon for this Q&A session.
Bye-bye.
All right. So now we are going to say goodbye to our viewers, to our panelists, to everyone who joined us this afternoon. A big thank you to all of our presenters, and of course for everyone that participated in the question and answer segment here at Kulcha 2025. We will reconvene tomorrow, October 30th, for day 2 of Kulcha, right here live on our social media pages on Facebook and YouTube. Just be sure to follow Heritage Education Network Belize. We are going to be starting at 8:30 sharp. And remember that we have 2 more full days of presentations left. We stream the conference live right here on Facebook and YouTube. And of course, you can tune in on Friday. We have the program summary available on our website. That's heritagebelize.org. If there is one particular presentation that you're interested in, it is listed right there in the program summary on our website. And if you want to look at past culture presentations, please go to our YouTube page, that's Heritage Education Network Belize, to get some more insight. We are going to be seeing you tomorrow bright and early at 8:30 a.m. right here. Bye.